Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku and Todoroki turned into UA Toddlers. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Todoroki, move! Midoriya screamed as he saw the newest villain from the league sneak up behind his current partner and best friend. He didn't even register that he had used the other boy's real name and not his hero name, as he should have done when they were on their patrol. Todoroki turned instantly, but even Midoriya could tell from where he was standing that the other boy wasn't going to be fast enough. Midoriya pushed himself forward, activating One for All, and flew forward to help his friend. He ignored the sudden pain in his back as Darby's blue flame scorched him. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to move more quickly, but the league's newest recruit was faster. The woman smirked triumphantly as she pressed her hand against Todoroki's forehead. Midoriya yelled out and pushed himself faster as a bright light engulfed his friend. Then he was barreling into the woman, knocking her to the ground. They landed hard and the woman screamed angrily as she reached out to press her hand against Midoriya's head. And then all that Midoriya could see was a blinding light before everything went black. Darby let out a bark of laughter as the annoying green kid fell victim to the idiot woman's quirk. He had to admit, he had been irritated when Shigaraki told him to babysit the bothersome woman, but she had certainly proved her worth in that moment. It might make up for the hell he had been forced through for the past 2 hours. He hadn't expected to run into Shigaraki's little obsession on their little tour. Just his luck that the green midget had appeared as he was showing the league's newest pet around the neighborhood. Considering the kid and Endeavor's youngest son were both interning at the same place, he assumed that they were just doing their rounds and happened to come across Darby. They had both tensed when they saw him, understandably so. Actually, he was a bit flattered that they both saw him as such a threat. He had told Shigaraki's new pet to keep Endeavor's son busy as he took on the other kid. He was pretty sure he had even managed to get in a hit-in when the boy turned his attention away from Darby. Served him right. Darby let a vicious smirk cross his face as he stalked toward the down heroes. He barely spared a glance at the newest operative. She was unconscious and a pool of blood was growing under her head. She must have hit it hard against the concrete as she fell. Darby let out a hiss of displeasure and kicked her legs aside as he moved toward the bundles on the ground. Her first encounter with a hero, training hero actually, and she already proved how useless she was going to be. At least they had found out now, before he spent time bothering with her. Though, Shigaraki might be a bit upset. He had seemed excited about the woman's quirk. Which was a bit disturbing, actually. He probably should have listened to his boss as he mumbled the explanation of what the woman did. Anything that made that crazy freak excited was bound to be irksome. Darby's right hand lit with blue flames as he raised his leg to kick at the green figure collapsed on the ground. "Who you?" a small and familiar voice questioned. The flame died instantly as Darby whirled around. A pair of eyes peered at him, one brown and one a bright blue, from a young face. "Where am I?" the boy questioned, his brows furrowing as he glanced around the alley. Darby could only stare. The same red and white hair. The same eyes. But Endeavor's youngest son was no longer 18 years old. Darby's eyes trailed over the pale, unblemished skin. No scar. Younger than 6. Those eyes filled with tears as Darby continued to stare at him silently. He was growing more and more panicked, his feet shifting nervously and his hands wringing in front of him. That was a habit that Endeavor had trained out of his favorite project. And crying was something that the man would never have allowed. So, before the training had started. Before the quirk had manifested. 4 or younger. Shouto, the word slipped out before Darby could stop it. The boy's eyes snapped toward him instantly, wide and curious. "Who you?" Darby scared in a quick breath and stared down at his younger brother. This wasn't fair. It had been easy to fight against the boy when he was a stoic 18-year-old that was training to be a hero. Especially since the twerp didn't recognize him. Even if he did, the kid had been training with Endeavor long enough that Darby had no doubt he would turn him over to the authorities in seconds. No matter who he was. But this was Shouto. Before Endeavor got his claws into him and twisted him until he was unrecognizable. "Here?" Where's Kaken? Darby pulled his eyes away from his younger brother and groaned loudly when he saw the small, green-haired child. Well, wasn't this just great? Sorry, kid. No clue, Darby muttered to the boy. He hesitated for a moment and knelt down so he was eye level with the red and white-haired boy. Shoto? There's been a bit of an accident. The tears returned instantly and the small body tensed. Accident? Mama? Darby's hands clenched at the mention of that woman. No. It's, look. See that woman? He pointed toward the still unconscious woman on the ground. Darby should probably be concerned about the rapidly growing pool of blood. He wasn't. Shoto looked at her curiously before nodding. That woman has a quirk that can make people younger. She used it on you. Shoto's brows furrowed for only a moment before recognition lit in his eyes. He always was a smart little freak. On me? So I'm really bigger? Effing intelligent twerp. A hair, Darby muttered, tilting his head slightly. You're actually much bigger. So things are going to be a bit different for you. Shoto's tilted his head and stared at Darby. Darby forced himself not to fidget at the action. Maybe he hadn't trained all of his family's traits out of him after all. You know me? Sheet. Nope, he said quickly, pushing himself to his feet. He stared at Shoto and the green-haired kid. It was one thing to fight them when they were hero wannabes, but it was something completely different to go after a couple of kids. He wasn't that effed up. Well, not yet, anyway. He scowled and turned toward the idiot still on the ground. He grabbed the ridiculous cloak she was wearing, uncaring that the woman slammed down against the ground harshly yet again as he pulled it from her body, and wrapped it around himself. He pulled the hood up and then held out his hands toward the kids. Come on. I'll take you somewhere safe. Shoto only hesitated for a moment before slowly placing his hand in Darby's. Long-forgotten feelings threatened to overtake the villain at the gesture. He firmly pushed them away. This was a one-time thing. No one needed to know. Shigaraki didn't need to know that he had these two in his grasp, and he didn't take the opportunity to kill them. Or mold them into his perfect toys. Darby couldn't help but shudder at the thought of his younger brother, Shoto, not the 18-year-old hero, being in the psychotic man's hold. No thanks. I don't know you, the green-haired boy said stubbornly, crossing his arms over his chest. Mom said not to go with strangers. His head turned frantically, looking from one end of the alley to the other. Where's Kaken? Who the F was Kak? A pair of furious red eyes flashed through his mind and Darby snapped his mouth shut. Oh. He knew exactly who the midget was talking about. Listen kid, you heard what I said to Shoto, right? About that woman's quirk. The kid nodded, his eyes bright as he looked at the villain still on the ground. She got you too. You and Shoto are friends. Maybe. Possibly. They seemed like friends. Of course, Darby didn't have the best experiences when it came to friends. The last one he thought he had turned out to be working against him the entire effing time they knew each other. But the kid's green eyes lit up at Darby's words and he looked at Shoto in excitement. Shoto wasn't doing much better at holding back his own happiness at the words. Darby winced. Right. Even at this age, his father had strict rules about Shoto being around other children. To know that he had a friend. He is. The kid asked happily, bounding over to be closer to Shoto. He promptly tripped over his too big costume and fell face first onto the concrete. There was a moment of silence before loud wailing penetrated the night air. F-. Darby hissed as he knelt down once again. He pulled the kid to his feet and grimaced at the tears and snot running down the small face. Effing disgusting. Stop that. You want every villain in the area to show up. The crying faltered for a moment and the kid sniffled as he glanced around uneasily. Villain? Why would they come after us? Darby rose an eyebrow. Look at your costume, kid. You're training to be a hero. All the tears instantly disappeared as both boys glanced down, wide-eyed, at their clothing. I'm a hero, the kid asked in excitement. Darby winced at the high-pitched voice. Training to be, he glanced down at Shoto. You too. I've got to take you two back to school so your teachers can deal with this. School? Shouto questioned, tugging on Darby's hand and peering at him with awe-filled eyes. What school? You, Darby admitted, bracing himself for what was coming. Shouto had been talking about going to UA and becoming a hero since he understood what the words meant. Shouto's hand tightened around his own and Darby had the pleasure to see his brother jump up and down ecstatically. The other boy was doing some sort of dance or something in his own happiness. Idiots. So, you coming with us or not? I can always leave you here, Darby asked as he moved forward, pulling Shouto behind him. He couldn't take the kid with him, no way in hell was that happening, but he was going to make Demon sure Endeavor didn't get his hands on him either. He really didn't care about Shigaraki's obsession. If he didn't want to come with them, he was welcome to stay in the DMN alley. He made it only a few steps before his other hand was taken by the kid. Okay, you can take me to UA, the kid said happily. But we need to find Kaken. You'll like him, the kid chatted happily to Shouto. If we're friends then I'm sure you're friends with Kaken too. He's so cool. Darby scoffed. He remembered this kid screaming Kaken when they interrupted the training camp a couple of years ago. His time with Bakugo hadn't exactly endeared him to the kid. And cool wasn't the word he would use to describe him. Prick. Bstrd. Arrogant. Conceited. A-hole. Those were good words to describe him. Darby was beginning to reconsider taking Shouto to UA. Being around Bakugo might not be any better than being around Endeavor. But the school had more than that kid. Endeavor had taught him to never trust a hero. Just because they appeared to be one thing in public didn't mean that's how they were behind closed doors. Endeavor was the #1 hero, someone the public was supposed to trust with their lives. Funny considering he destroyed his own family. Drove one of them to attempted murder. Scarred the youngest for life. And, of course, turned one into one of the most wanted villains in the country. At least 2 of his children made it out relatively unscathed. As far as Darby knew, anyway. It wasn't as if he had attempted to contact any of them since the day he woke up tied to that hospital bed with the burns all over his body. Anger coursed through his veins at the reminder and he took a deep, shuddering breath. He had 2 kids holding onto his hands. His flames could burn them both to ash if he lost control. Thinking about that time, about Endeavor, was risky. Best to push it from his mind for now. He could take it out on Shigaraki later. Music blared in his ears as he attempted to finish the DMN essay that was due the next day. Shitty Hair was blaring his own music. In the room next to his and Pikachu was doing something in his that made Bakugo want to throw him out the nearest window, so it was truly his only option at the moment unless he wanted to finally follow through on his threats to kill them. He couldn't stand the effing noise that smothered him from either side. But he wasn't going to find any form of silence anywhere else within the effing dorm. So, he put his own headphones on in an attempt to drown out all the other noise. His hearing was going anyway thanks to his quirk. Might as well help it along. One day he might regret the decision, but that day wasn't this effing day. It was because of this that he didn't hear the explosion of sound from downstairs. He didn't hear the frantic questions, the attempts to calm the most panicked down, or someone screaming his name. He didn't hear the crying or the demands for his friend. He didn't hear the soft pitter-patter of small feet running down the hallway and up the stairs. He didn't hear the stampede of footsteps that followed after the softer sound. Well, he didn't at first. He first noticed it when they were on the floor below his. The slamming of doors made the floor under his feet shake. Bakugo's brows furrowed as he continued to write. Whatever those idiots were doing, he could ignore it. After 2 years, he had had plenty of practice. But then it happened again. And again. His hand tightened around his pen. It was fine. He could ignore it. And then something slammed into his wall and Bakugo growled loudly. That was it. He stood, ripping the headphones off of his head as he did so, and whirled to face the door. His ears were instantly flooded with loud yelling and running feet. Bakugo's brows furrowed and his body tensed as he prepared himself for a fight. Were they under attack? Was someone coming after the students? Or were they looking for someone in particular? If they were in for a effing surprise. His hands began to spark as he prepared to blast whoever walked through his door. If they thought they were going to take him again, they were in for a effing surprise. And then his door flew open and a effing child ran inside his room. The sparks instantly stopped as Bakugo stared at the very familiar figure. Small, even for his age. Freckles. Green hair. Even brighter green eyes. Why the F was Deku a effing kid? Kaken! Deku screamed and then the kid was running toward him. Bakugo stumbled backwards in surprise as small arms wrapped around his leg and Deku's face buried in his thigh. I found you! What? The F dash? Deku! Round face called as she ran into the room. She froze as she saw the boy holding onto Bakugo's leg. The look of horror plastered on her face would have been funny in any other situation, but at the moment, Bakugo just wanted her and the rest of the idiot brigade as far away from this as they could get. Bakubro! Midoriya and Todoroki Kirishima cut off as he stepped into the room. Oh, shit, he muttered, his hands going up placatingly as he took a small step forward. Bro, Midoriya and Todoroki got hit by a quirk that dash turned them into children. Bakugo growled, his hands sparking once more as he stared down at the green hair. No shit, a-hole. What the actual F? Deku gasped. Kaken. Mom will be mad. Bakugo rolled his eyes and clenched his fists. I'm not for, Deku. He blinked as the words crossed his lips. No, he wasn't for, but he sighed in agitation and leaned down, placing his hands on Deku's shoulders to firmly push him away. He stumbled backwards and stared at Bakugo with large, green eyes. How old are you? The kid frowned at the question and jutted out his bottom lip in a pout. Why are you calling me that, Kaken? It's me. Izuku. Your best friend. Round face gasped and took a startled step forward, her face worried as her eyes darted between Deku and Bakugo. Shitty hair frowned. There were some gasps in the hallway that Bakugo pointedly ignored. Those idiots were listening in. Of effing course they were. Not like any of them could mind their own DMN business for once. I know who you are, idiot. Deku is not a nickname I gave you. Those green eyes lit up at the words and Bakugo abruptly remembered the phase Deku had gone through when they were young. He had begged Bakugo to give him a nickname, something to show they were the bestest friends. That was when the idiot had begun to call him Kaken. How old were they, then? 4? 5? A nickname? Cool. Thanks so much, Kaken. He was not guilty. There was no way he would feel guilty about that stupid name. The idiot had chosen it as his hero name, after all. So what if the younger version of him thought it was because they were friends? Sure, whatever. Now, how old are you? 5. Fan-effing-tastic. Deku at 5 had been a little terror. Oh, he had all the adults fooled, but Bakugo knew the truth. Much of the trouble Bakugo found himself in when he was that age was because of Deku, though everyone thought it was him leading Deku into trouble. While Bakugo always led their expeditions, they had been Deku's idea in the first place. Most of them had been so the two boys, and whoever was following them around at the time, could play hero. Deku had been obsessed with quirks, even more than he was when he got older, and constantly talked about what his own would be. It was after Bakugo had manifested his own quirk, and now that he was older, Bakugo could look back on it and see that Deku had been holding on with all his might to their friendship. It was before they had found out Deku was quirkless, before he and Bakugo had stopped talking. It was when he had become completely infatuated with Bakugo. Bakugo even had a reoccurring dream of a young Deku saying they were going to be hero partners. And they were going to be even better than the usual hero partners, because they would also be married. The worst thing is that Bakugo was pretty sure that conversation actually happened. Deku? You're 5? Round face questioned softly. Deku, who seemed to just remember that other people were in the room, eyed her warily before once again burying his face in Bakugo's leg. Great. Oi, idiot. This is your friend, all right? You can talk to her, Bakugo said roughly, almost instinctively reaching down to twine his fingers in that green hair and pulling slightly so he moved his face away. Deku whined but complied with the request, looking toward round face curiously. Go with her, all right? No. Deku gasped, his arms tightening around Bakugo's leg once more. Kaken. F dash, the blonde snarled. Did any of you idiots call his effing mom? We were unable to locate his phone, Yorozu commented as she walked into the room. Her eyebrows rose in surprise as she took in the situation. None of us were able to contact her. Aizawa-san is currently negotiating with Todoroki, and Midoriya managed to escape from the rest of us. Agitation flooding his body, Bakugo turned and snatched his phone off of his desk. He tossed it to Round Face. Call Auntie. Get her here to deal with her effing kid. Round Face blinked as she fumbled with the phone in her hand. What? Can't you call her? F no. Bakugo muttered, shuddering as he thought about speaking to the woman. When he was younger, Midoriya Inko had been like another mother to him. She was his mother's closest friend, his best friend's mother, but now he wouldn't be surprised if the woman gave him one of those looks. The one that said how disappointed she was in him. And then the lecture would come. It wasn't like with his own mother where Bakugo could tell her to F off. He would feel guilty saying something like that to Auntie. He and Deku had finally reached a tentative friendship and tried to repair some of what they had when they were children, but Bakugo had managed to avoid Midoriya Inko for this long. That wasn't going to change now. Round Face sent him a disgruntled look, but she stepped out of the room with his phone in hand. Only seconds later, Aizawa appeared and blinked tired eyes as he looked down at Deku. Midoriya dash. No. I'm staying with Kaken. Goddamit. Fine, Aizawa said tiredly as he turned his attention to the blonde in question. Baku, you're coming too. What the F? Now, Aizawa snapped and Bakugo's lips clamped shut. He begrudgingly followed Aizawa, scowling at the group of classmates standing in the hallway in front of his room. Many of them avoided his eyes, but that didn't stop him from noticing the effing smiles they were all hiding. Deku, who had gripped his shirt as soon as Bakugo began to move, looked at all the teenagers with wide eyes and pressed his shoulder against Bakugo's leg. Bakugo dropped his hand onto the kid's head and steered him along, growling at the people that tried to follow after them. Deku had always been shy as a kid, and being stared at like that was only going to make this entire situation worse. Muffled crying reached his ears and Bakugo's eyes snapped down toward the green-haired boy. Effing Deku had always been a crybaby, but he wasn't the one crying. Shouto! This is Kaken! Deku said happily, reaching over to grab the small boy's hand and pull him toward the now frozen Bakugo. Heterochromatic eyes that were wet with tears peered up at Bakugo before they quickly swerved back toward the floor. The small figure lifted a shaking hand and quickly wiped away tears as he continued to sniffle. Todoroki dash. I want Tuya. The youngest Todoroki, the boy that Bakugo thought didn't even know what emotion was, wailed out the words before bursting into a new fit of tears. Who the F was Tuya? And why wasn't anyone making that awful effing noise stop? Deku instantly dropped his hand from Bakugo's shirt and stepped toward the other boy. Don't cry. We'll find him. Just like we found Kaken. Is he your best friend too? But Todoroki just shook his head and continued to cry, his body shaking with the force of his sobs. Aizawa didn't bother to say anything, he just leaned down to sweep the boy into his arms and moved off down the hall once again. Bakugo stared after him, his mind whirling as he tried to comprehend what the hell he had just seen. Todoroki hadn't always been an emotionless BSTRD? And who the hell was Tuya? The only people he had ever heard the boy speak of was his father, mother, and older sister. Tugging on his shirt had Bakugo, turning his attention to Deku. The boy was biting his lip and holding his free arm out. He looked at Aizawa and Todoroki, who had disappeared down the hall, and then at Bakugo. Kaken. You're big now. You can pick me up. F no. Kaken. I said no. Kaken, stop being mean. It isn't fair. Deku whined loudly as he stomped his foot. He stomped his foot. Effing Deku. Just do it so we can go, Aizawa called, his voice betraying just how done he was with the entire situation. Principal Nezu is waiting for us. Deku grinned in triumph as Bakugo cursed and lifted the boy into his arms. He was going to kill the effing idiot when this mess was over. Bakugo was 10 seconds away from blowing Deku sky high. He didn't give a f if his childhood friend and rival was currently in that childhood. If he didn't shut the f up in the next 10, no 9, seconds. Don't do it, Aizawa said flatly from a few steps in front of him. Don't do what? What's he talking about, Kaken? Did I do something? Is Mom coming? You told that girl to call Mom, right? I don't want to go with Mom, Kaken. We're at UA. I always wanted to be here, you did too. Remember? We would play hero and we always went to the same school as All Might. Kaken, is All Might here? Are we like him? We always said we were going to be like him. Did that girl call Mom? If not, we can call her and she could bring some of my toys. Deku, Bakugo said through clenched teeth. No more talking. All right? Let's play the quiet game. Bright green eyes peered up at him in excitement. Quiet game? What's that? How do I win? But, Kaken, I never win. You always win. But that's okay because it's always fun to play with you. So? Kaken? Kaken? What's the dash? We're here, Aizawa said, his usual stoic voice tinged with relief. Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement, not surprised at all that Deku could even push Aizawa into wanting go running. Aizawa pushed open a conference room door and quickly stepped inside. Bakugo followed after, thankful that Deku, who had never liked strangers, had fallen silent at the sight of the crowded room. Bakugo sneered at Midnight as she cooed at Deku and Todoroki. The woman ignored him as she smiled at the two children. Aizawa quickly slid into a chair and placed a shaking Todoroki in the empty chair beside him. Bakugo, not knowing what else to do, stepped forward and leaned down to place Deku in the chair beside Todoroki. But the little fucker refused to let go. Get off, Bakugo muttered angrily, his neck burning when he felt the eyes of all of his teachers and pro-heroes watching the interaction. No! Kaken can't leave. Midoriya, Bakugo is not going anywhere, I promise, Nezu's calm voice interrupted them. Please take your seat. Bakugo will be right beside you. Bakugo's head snapped up at the words. You want me to effing stay here? No way. You will sit and be quiet, Aizawa growled. Bakugo snarled back, his hand setting up a small round of explosions as his anger got the best of him, but they were quickly doused as Aizawa's own quirk took effect. Sit. Bakugo sat, pulling Deku's arms from around his neck as he did so. He pushed the small boy into the open chair between himself and Todoroki, but the green-haired boy was quick to snag Bakugo's hand between his own. Bakugo considered pulling it away, his first reaction, or setting an explosion off in the idiot's face, his second, but he figured it would be easier to just leave it for now so he didn't cause an even bigger scene. Now then, Nezu said calmly as he sipped from the teacup in his hand. I suppose we can get started. What do we know so far? Some of the third years found Todoroki and Midoriya at the school gates, Aizawa said lowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes tightly. They stated that the kids were both asking for me by name. They brought them straight to the 1A dorm. The other students swarmed the 2 and Todoroki grew, upset, at the attention. While I attempted to calm him down, Midoriya ran from the other students and found Bakugo. As you can see, I decided it was best to just allow Bakugo to join us rather than attempt to separate them. Bakugo's teeth clenched and a growl escaped his lips. Why the F was Aizawa acting as if Bakugo was the problem? He would have been effing happy to let Aizawa take the idiot. Aizawa was the one that told him to come. He didn't even want to effing be here. I see, Nezu said simply, his dark eyes fixating on the two squirming children. Hello, Todoroki, Midoriya. Can the two of you tell me what happened this morning? Todoroki shook his head and stared down at the floor, his hands wringing together in his lap. Deku's lips shifted into a pout, a look Bakugo was very familiar with. A look that showed just how stubborn the other boy was planning on being. These idiots had only met the sweet Deku, the one that everyone felt they had to protect. They were in for a rude awakening. Bakugo snorted and leaned back in his chair. He would have crossed his arms over his chest, but Deku still had his right hand and was holding onto it tightly with both of his own. Midoriya? The pout grew in intensity and the small boy firmly shook his head. Not supposed to talk to strangers. Nezu blinked as the teachers exchanged a surprised glance. That is true, Nezu said after a moment of silence. However, it is best to speak to us and let us know what transpired this morning so we can help you. Do you understand that someone's quirk has caused yourself and Todoroki to dash? I know, Deku said, scowling. I'm supposed to be bigger. Like Kaken. But I'm not supposed to talk to you. Only Mr. Aizawa. And Kaken. More glances were exchanged. And who told you that you could only speak to Aizawa, Midoriya? Deku's eyes widened and then a small scowl twisted his lips. You tricked me. Not telling you anything. Kaken. Deku turned to HM with wide, tear-filled eyes. I don't like them, Kaken. Effing hell. I don't effing care, Bakugo muttered, ignoring the glares his language earned him. They could all go F themselves. He had a right to be upset in this situation. Effing Deku, just tell them what they want to know. No. Deku. The man said. Deku cut himself off and pursed his lips once again. Kaken tricked me. Not that hard to do, brat. Now what effing man are you talking about? No. Mean Kaken. I'm going to tell Auntie that you dash. Bakugo instantly pulled his hand away and sat up straight as the threat passed the 5-year-old's lips. You're going to do what, you effing runt? Tell my mom that I hurt your feelings? You really going to do that, Deku? Yes. Effing dash. Enough. Bakugo's entire body froze at the voice. There was no way that she was here, no way she had gotten here so quickly. No way she had walked in on them fighting. Not after years of him avoiding her, and especially not now that he had, in some way, been able to find some common ground with Deku. Izuku. Katsuki. You will stop this childishness now. Midoriya Inko snapped as she stepped into the room. Bakugo's shoulders hunched and he ducked his head. Oh my, what happened to my son? Mom. Deku said happily, jumping from the chair and running toward the woman Bakugo was still avoiding eye contact with. Inko scooped Deku up in her arms, her eyes wide as she stared at her young son. Midoriya-san, Nezu said formally, standing and moving toward the woman. Please take a seat. We are attempting to uncover what exactly happened to the children. That would be good, Inko replied faintly as she heavily sat in the chair Deku had just vacated. Deku settled in her lap, smiling as he rested his head against her chest. Oh, Todoroki dear, are you all right? Todoroki stared at her in complete awe. Who are you? I'm Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother, Inko told him warmly. Her eyes flickered around the room. Did someone contact Todoroki-kun's family? No. The young boy said instantly, shaking his head. Tuya. I want Tuya. Many people around the room winced. Midnight stared at the table. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose once more. Even if Bakugo didn't recognize the name, it was clear that many in the room did. And, judging by their reactions, this mysterious person was not going to be someone they could contact. Your son was in the process of telling us about the man that brought them to the school, Nezu said, apparently believing that it was better to just ignore the very loud request. Inko scared in a deep breath. I see. Well, Izuku? Deku, who was now glaring at Nezu for the act of betrayal, crossed his arms over his chest. The man that found us in the alley. He took us to UA. He said to ask the first person we saw for Aizawa. So we did. What did this man look like? Aizawa asked instantly, his intense eyes peering at the boy. Deku frowned. Weird. He had different color skin. And shiny things on his face. Bakugo straightened instantly as his eyes narrowed. Shiny things? Deku, was his skin a purplish color? Around here, he motioned toward the bottom half of his face and under his eyes. Deku nodded his head wildly. Darby, Aizawa breathed as the group once again exchanged glances. Darby? Inko questioned, her arms tightening around Deku. The boy whined at the sudden pressure and reached his arms out toward Bakugo. No effing way was that happening. He is part of the League of Villains, All Might explained. It was the first thing the man had said since they entered the room. He had been staring at Deku with a kind of sorrowful fascination that even Bakugo didn't know how to deal with. He was the main force behind the kidnapping of young Bakugo. Inko gasped loudly. Oh dear! But, her brows furrowed in confusion. Why would he bring the two of them here instead of? She trailed off, but everyone in the room knew what she was asking. Why didn't he take them? Kill them? Why would he bring the two of them here and tell them to go to Aizawa? It didn't make any sense. I suppose that is another mystery we are going to need to solve, Nezu finally said as he placed his teacup on the table. But for now, I believe it would be best for the boys to remain at UA. He held up his hand as Inko began to protest. Though Dabi did not harm them, both of the boys are at the top of the league's list. It would be best to keep them here where they can be well protected. You are more than welcome to stay on the grounds as well. Inko hesitated but let out a deep breath. I understand. I would like to take you up on your offer. Perhaps Todoroki-kun can stay with Izuku and myself? I'm sure they boys would like to stay together. I believe that can be arranged, Nezu said, obviously pleased that she wasn't fighting him on this. Bakugo scowled. Auntie wasn't an idiot and she would do anything to protect her son. No way would she do anything to put him in danger. She knew that UA was the best place for them. At least for the moment. Aizawa will set something up for you in 3 as dorms. I am sure the rest of the class will be happy to help whenever needed. That won't be necessary, Inko replied, waving her hands around in a way that showed just how flustered she was. Katsuki will help me if needed. No need to burden anyone else. Katsuki would what now? Auntie Dash. He'd be happy to help, Inko said sweetly, smiling at the teachers as she turned toward Bakugo with flashing eyes. Bakugo's protests died on his tongue. There was a reason he had avoided a confrontation with Midoriya Inko. Bakugo scowled as he shuffled along behind Auntie and the kids. Midnight was marching along in front of them, her eyes scanning for any form of threat as she chatted away with Auntie Inko. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets and continued after them, cursing that he had been pulled into this entire effing mess. The staff at UA was currently working on making a living space for Inko and the two kids in their dorm, and Midnight was escorting them to a local shopping center so they could purchase clothes and toys for the children. Bakugo was pretty sure he heard someone say something about one of the other teachers going to the Midoriya household to gather some things for Auntie as well. Bakugo was going to return to his room and try to forget any of this had ever happened. It didn't exactly work out as planned. Kaken! Look! Deku yelled, pulling his hand away from his mother and running a few steps toward a bright yellow All Might t-shirt. It's so cool. Can I get it? Kaken? Mom? Hey, Shouto, do you want one too? We can match. I always liked it when I matched with Kaken. Oh, no. That information had not just come out of this little sheet's mouth for everyone to hear. Do you effing dash? Matching outfits? Inko, please tell me you have photos. Midnight cackled as she stepped toward Bakugo and placed a hand on his shoulder. He tore himself away and took a wary step back. The last thing he effing wanted was for Midnight to use her quirk on him again. I do. Inko said cheerfully. The two of them were adorable when they were younger. I'm sure all of us would like to see them, Midnight responded cheerfully as she shot Bakugo a wicked grin. Bakugo tore his hands out of his pockets as his quirk reacted in response. This entire situation. Mom, can we get them? Shouto wants one too. Inko smiled down at her excitable son. Of course we can. Now. Let's see, Shouto, do you know what size you wear? Bakugo watched as Inko took the two boys through the different aisles, grabbing clothing and smaller toys to bring back to the school. Deku had thrown a small tantrum when he couldn't find an All Might doll, much to Midnight's shock, and only stopped when Bakugo finally took control of the situation by kneeling down so he met his eyes and told him that his All Might memorabilia was in his dorm. And there was a lot more than he remembered. The tears had magically dried in an instant and that familiar glint had entered those green eyes before Deku threw himself forward and wrapped his arms around Bakugo's neck. Bakugo had growled and tried to push the small body off of him, but Inko had laughed happily. The sound had made Bakugo freeze. His arms fell to his sides and his fists clenched as he tried to control the small explosions inside his palms. His jaw clenched as he stood, Deku's arms tightening around his neck as he hung from Bakugo like a monkey. He swung there for a moment before he wrapped his legs around Bakugo's waist. Cute, Inko smiled. Goddammit. Deku stayed in that position through the rest of the shopping trip. Every single second was a challenge as the only thing Bakugo wanted to do was scream and throw the boy off of him. One glance at Inko, who had somehow ended up with a calm Todoroki snuggled in her arms, quelled the urge. After paying for their items, Auntie decided it would be best for the boys to get changed into clothing that actually fit them, so they made their way toward the bathrooms. Don't want to go in there. Deku pouted as Auntie tried to steer him into the women's bathroom. Auntie looked frazzled as she tried to persuade the boy, but Deku, who was probably late for a nap or something since he was even more difficult than usual, ran from her as she reached for him. Don't need your help. Oh, Auntie began to fret, her hands shaking as she sent a desperate look in Bakugo's direction. I'm not sure we should let them go alone. I can do it. Deku yelled and Bakugo was tempted to set off an explosion next to the nerd's ear, so he understood that loud noises were bad. Todoroki winced at the high-pitched scream but nodded his head in agreement with Deku's words. But I don't think, Auntie continued to fret, her eyes unwavering as they stared at Bakugo imploringly. Effing hell. I'll go with them, he muttered. He ignored Auntie's quick agreement and the way Izuku was trying to yell, again, that he didn't need the help and grabbed both kids by the shoulder and led them toward the bathroom. Kaken. I can do it. I don't need your help. Deku yelled again as he ran into the first stall in the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Bakugo rolled his eyes and glanced down at Half and Half. So? You just gonna stand here? He quickly shook his head and moved to the stall beside the one Izuku had entered, the door closing and locking softly behind him. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the difference between the two. He knew Deku was going to be a effing handful. Kaken? Can you come here? You have to be effing kidding. I thought you could do it yourself. I can. I just need, just come here. Bakugo scowled and stomped toward the first stall. He pushed on the door but it didn't budge. Oi, idiot, I can't get in. The lock clicked a second later and he pushed the door open to one of the funniest things he had ever seen. Deku, who had been given a pair of sweatpants and a button-down shirt that Bakugo was pretty sure belonged to Nezu, had attempted to pull the shirt over his head without unbuttoning it and it had gotten stuck with Izuku's arms up over his head. Bakugo snorted loudly and reached out, pulling the shirt back down. You have to unbutton it, idiot. Realization swept across Deku's face and he began to fuss with the buttons, his little fingers attempting to push them through the holes. After he fumbled for a few seconds, Bakugo grimaced and pushed his hands away to do it for him. You said you could effing do it. I am, Kaken. Let me do it. Deku yelled, his small hands hitting and Bakugo's in an attempt to push him away. You're such a effing idiot, Deku. Hey! Don't use that word. Don't tell me what to do. Bakugo growled, finally undoing the last button and letting the shirt fall to the nasty floor. Sheet. He'd just have to make sure they washed it when they got back to the dorms. Here, he said, grabbing the bright yellow shirt that made Bakugo's eyes bleed and throwing it at the pouting boy. Don't throw it. Just put it on. Why are you so mean, Kaken? Here. Bakugo yelled as explosions echoed through the bathroom. Effing Deku. Who did he think he was? If it was up to him, he'd be back in the dorms working on the effing essay he had due tomorrow, but no. He was here, dealing with this little sheet. Just put on the shirt. Izuku continued to pout as he slid the shirt over his head and pulled it down. His eyes lit up brightly as he glanced down at the all-might figure. Cool. Look, Kaken. I see it, Bakugo grumbled. Let's go. Auntie and Midnight were probably waiting on them, and Todoroki better still be there. Effing hell, he hadn't heard a sound from the kid. He turned and opened the stall, relief flooding him as he saw Todoroki standing next to the sink wearing a matching sunshine yellow shirt. Done, Shaoto-chan. Oh, you look good. I knew these shirts were the best. Shut up, Deku. You're giving me a headache. Bakugo growled before turning his attention to Todoroki. The kid had a weird look on his face and Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Had something happened that he hadn't heard when he was fighting with the brat? Kid, you ready? Got your bag? Effing you, get off of me, he yelled as Deku jumped up and tried to force Bakugo to hold him once more. No! You effing brat! I'm not carrying you! He yelled as they exited the bathroom. Mom! Oh, Izuku, you can walk. Let's give Katsuki a break. I don't want to. They finally made it back to the school, with Deku riding on Bakugo's back, and Midnight led the way to the dorms. Round Face jumped to her feet as soon as they walked in and she gasped when she caught sight of Bakugo and Deku. Bakugo scowled at her fiercely as her eyes went wide and her hand came up to cover her mouth. You have returned, the class president said, standing from where he had been on the couch. There have been many changes since you have been gone. I will assist you in. Oh, hello. I am Ida Tenya, class president. Midoriya and I are friends. You must be his mother. Auntie blinked in surprise before her face relaxed into a gentle smile. Hello, Ida-kun. I am Midoriya Inko. I hope we have not been too much trouble. Of course not. I am pleased that Midoriya and Todoroki have been able to stay considering their situation. Aizawa-san has explained the entire situation to us and we are all happy to offer our assistance. Oh, I wouldn't want to put any of you out. Auntie said worriedly. Katsuki will be helping me as well, so I'm sure we will be fine. Bakugo's hands clenched. If any of these extras said anything he was going to. Katsu-Ida stuttered in confusion before his eyes widened and landed on Bakugo. Bakugo snarled. Oh, Bakubro is happy to help. When the F did Shitty Hair get here? But we can help as well. A lot of us have younger siblings and we all want to make sure both Midoriya and Todoroki are okay. Shitty Hair continued as he clapped a hand on Bakugo's shoulder and leaned over to peer at Deku. The small boy squeaked loudly and tightened his arms and legs. Hey, Midoriya. I'm your classmate, Kirishima. I'm friends with both you and Bakugo. Deku's arms loosened slightly and he turned his head so he could look at Shitty Hair. Friends? Hell yeah. We're all your friends. Deku blinked and pulled away from Bakugo slowly. He didn't drop to the floor but he leaned far enough back that Bakugo's arms reached out to stop him from toppling over. The young boy didn't even seem to register the danger he had been in, his green eyes flickering to each occupant of the room. All of you? Yep. Deku leaned forward and whispered in Bakugo's ear. All of them? He asked, seeking confirmation from the one person in this room, besides his mother, that he actually remembered. Bakugo could have said no. He could have said that he didn't even remember half of their names, that the only one he really considered a friend was Shitty Hair. That he could, somewhat, tolerate a few of the others. But the words didn't escape his mouth. Not with the hopeful eyes of the child. Not with the worried looks their classmates were exchanging. They all thought he was going to tell Deku no. They were probably trying to find a way to convince Deku, no matter what Bakugo said. What they didn't know was that this Deku, the one that had followed Bakugo around constantly, the one that had grown infatuated with the blonde until they were in middle school, the one that was a little sheet, that Deku wouldn't be swayed. If Bakugo told Deku that the people around him weren't his friend, Deku would believe him. But the truth was that these people were Deku's friends. Each and every one of them. Even the ones Bakugo never remembered existed. Which is why the next words escaped his mouth before he could stop them. Yeah, they are friends. Deku's eyes glittered and he hesitantly dropped his arms and began to slide to the floor. Bakugo cursed, knowing Auntie would be furious if Deku somehow got hurt, and bent down to set the small boy on his feet. Deku wobbled just a moment before regaining his balance, then turned around to face the now packed room. Oh. Hello. I'm Izuku. Bakugo felt a flash of amusement as his classmates exchanged startled and yet happy glances. Todoroki, who had also been placed on his feet, edged toward Deku as he eyed everyone warily. The first person to step forward was, unsurprisingly, Round Face. She knelt down in front of the two boys and held out her hand. I'm Uraraka Okiko. Bakugo tuned out as each of their classmates came up to introduce themselves and joke around with the two. They had quickly come to realize that Deku was just as obsessed with quirks as he always was, and they showed off a bit for the boy. Deku proved that he was always a precocious little sheet by asking multiple questions, some he had even asked when he was a teenager. Most of their classmates just watched him in amusement, but there were a few that seemed a bit amazed and overwhelmed. Good. Maybe they'd finally effing understand what Bakugo would have to deal with for the past 15 years. Alright, enough, Aizawa said, making multiple people in the room jump at the sudden appearance of the hero. We need to show Midoriya-san to her rooms. Bakugo, you too. Goddammit. Was he ever going to get away from this entire effing situation? He hadn't even been able to process any of this shit. He began to stomp after the group but froze when Auntie turned toward him, eyebrows raised. I know Mitsuki taught you more respect than that. Yes, Auntie, Bakugo muttered, scowling at the floor. If it had been his mother trying to lecture him, he would have told the old hag to mind her own effing business. But Auntie, no one spoke to Auntie like that. Not even him. Midoriya Inko was a effing angel on earth, and Bakugo would fight anyone that tried to effing say otherwise. They were led up to the second floor on the girls' side. Apparently, with there being so few females in their class, the second floor was completely empty. While Bakugo and the others had been shopping, the teachers had quickly turned the unused rooms into an apartment. Auntie seemed almost overwhelmed when she saw it, which didn't surprise Bakugo. From what he remembered, the apartment was bigger than the one Deku grew up in. There was a small living room with an open kitchen area, a bedroom for Auntie, and a slightly bigger bedroom for Todoroki and Deku. This is too much dash. It's the least we can do, Aizawa retorted, his voice kinder than Bakugo had ever heard it. At least until we figure out how to return Midoriya and Todoroki to their former selves. Auntie looked as if she wanted to protest, but she just sighed and nodded her head. Midoriya and Todoroki were both wandering around the apartment curiously, and Bakugo stood slightly off to the side, hoping Auntie and Aizawa wouldn't notice him listening in. He wanted all of this shit to be over. It was effing weird seeing Deku like this. He didn't effing like it. If the teachers were going to effing go after whoever did this, he wanted in on it. I know Shoto has issues with his family, Auntie finally said, her voice low enough that Bakugo had to strain to hear it. And the only person he has mentioned the entire day is someone by the name of Tuya. Should we try to contact Dash? I have a meeting scheduled with his sister, Aizawa responded. Endeavor was not interested in the situation beyond saying he would look for the person responsible. Todoroki's second brother is currently studying out of the country. As for Tuya, Aizawa sighed and looked toward the red and white-haired child. Todoroki Tuya disappeared 10 years ago. His assumed dead. I think we should keep that from the boy for as long as possible. Darby couldn't actually tell you what made him stay. Not really, anyway. Oh, sure, he had reasons. First, it was because he wanted to make sure the kids actually got inside the gates. Second, because he wasn't going to take the chance that some idiot thought the entire thing was a prank and put the kids back onto the street for anyone to mess with them. Then he thought that there was a possibility the morons inside the school would think it was a good idea to call Endeavor, and Darby figured he should be ready to intercept him if they did. So, he resigned himself to the situation and leaned back against the brick building he was using as camouflage. The shadow from the tall structure was useful for Darby to hide in with his dark coloring. Still, he knew he should get back to Shigaraki before the man's new pet woke up and complained that Darby had left her passed out in an alley. He didn't feel like dealing with the man's drama today on top of everything else he had already been through. After a good hour of standing around with nothing happening, Darby figured it was fine for him to head out. That was, until he saw a small, green-haired woman hurrying toward the school. Darby scowled. No doubt who that woman was. If they had called her, they had probably been in touch with Shoto's family as well. It looked like Darby was going to be waiting a bit longer. Not that he was even sure who the heroes would have contacted. Oh, there was Endeavor, of course, he hoped they weren't that stupid. Even for the brief moments that Darby had seen Shoto's teenage version, it was clear the kid had issues, and anyone that was teaching kids should have been able to figure out where those issues came from. There was his sister, but she was always a meek thing that never went against her father's wishes. There was Natsuo, but he had never really had much to do with Shoto. And then there was Mother, but she was locked away in a mental facility. Not that Shoto knew that. Not at this point in his life. Wouldn't that be a fun conversation? Yeah, the kid was probably asking for Mother, and the heroes were probably trying to figure out a way around that situation. Who the F knows what they were doing? Natsuo had never really cared for Shoto, first because he was too young to play with and then because of his quirk. Darby had told the kid multiple times that it wasn't a good thing that Endeavor had decided to personally train Shoto, but Natsuo had never really understood that. He was their father and the second-ranked hero, after all. Why wouldn't it be a good thing? Fuyumi had helped Mother when Shoto was first born, but she had quickly come to focus more on Natsuo and their shared quirk. No, Shoto had mostly been raised by his mother and oldest brother. Until they both left him. Left him with Endeavor. Darby scowled and pushed the thoughts from his head. It wasn't as if either of them had had a choice in the matter. They hadn't just woken up one day and decided to leave the small, impressionable child. No, that had been Endeavor's fault. All of it rested on that man. Not them. Never them. He waited another half hour before deciding that the heroes weren't as stupid as he thought. There had been no sign of the Todoroki family, so someone must have known at least a bit about the situation. If Darby had to bet, he would say that was down to Eraserhead. There was a reason Darby had decided to trust the man with his younger brother. He was the only hero, besides All Might, that Darby had grown to have at least a little respect for. He had heard about the first attack by the League of Villains, about how Eraserhead had moved forward to take them all on so the children in his care could be safe. About how the man had almost lost his life doing so. And then, of course, Darby had seen him in action when his own team had attacked the training camp. The man truly did care about those kids, and it was clear he would do anything to protect them. So, Darby had decided to trust him with Shoto. With a deep sigh, Darby pushed himself away from the wall and buried his hands in his pockets. There was no sign of Endeavor, and it seemed like the kids were staying at UA. He had no other reason to be there, and he really did need to get back before his moronic, childish boss got it into his head that Darby had deserted them and was joining the heroes or something. He really didn't need to deal with someone else trying to kill him today, and there was no doubt Shigaraki probably would if he stayed away much longer. He had only made it a few steps when the gates of UA swung open once more. He glanced over his shoulder and scowled at what he saw. That annoying hero, Midnight, was chattering away with the green-haired woman, the green-haired boy in the woman's arms. Stomping along behind them was Explodo Boy with a deep sneer on his face. And there, trotting along at the woman's side, was Shoto. He was holding onto the woman's top, glancing around slowly as he struggled to keep up with people that had much longer legs than him. Darby cursed and flipped his hood up. Was this their plan? Have this woman, this civilian, take care of both her son and Shoto? Explodo Boy taking care of his brother? He had taken him to UA so he knew he was protected, not so he could live in some run-down apartment with a babysitter. F that. Shoto would be better off living with Darby in his own apartment. Better with some woman that couldn't protect him. He slinked through the shadows as he followed the group. Once they reached their destination, he figured there wouldn't be much trouble and he could scoop Shoto up before the others realized what had happened. But, much to his surprise, they group entered a retail store. Darby tilted his head. He supposed he could see the need. Both the kids were still in their much too large hero costumes. He followed the group slowly, making sure none of them looked his way. It proved his point that not one person, not even the hero, glanced his way. If he had been planning to attack, it would have been easy. The green-haired kid was loud and obnoxious, running from one aisle to the other as he grabbed different toys and games. His mother just smiled at him fondly for the most part, only growing upset when the kid started throwing a tantrum that would have had Darby aching for weeks after Endeavor was done with him. But, surprisingly, the kid calmed down after Explodo Boy talked to him. Shoto, on the other hand, barely spoke, and the only items he grabbed, beyond clothes, were a notebook and colored pencils. Darby looked at the items fondly. His brother had taken to writing and reading quickly, and he enjoyed writing little notes to people he cared about. The green-haired kid latched onto Explodo like a leech and Darby found himself fighting laughter at the look of fury on the boy's face. Oh, he would have loved for Shigaraki to see this. Maybe then the idiot would stop talking about how he wanted Explodo Boy to join them. Finally, the group made their way to the registers where they paid for the clothes and toys. After they paid for the items, and given each of the boys their bag to carry, the group walked over to the bathrooms. The mother wrung her hands and asked if the boys would be okay changing on their own, or if they wanted her help. Even Darby winced when the kid shouted that he could do it on his own, and he was 2 aisles over and hidden behind a shelving unit. Shoto didn't say anything, but Darby could picture him nodding his head in agreement. Of course he would be fine. Even at this age, Shoto was used to having to take care of himself. The woman still seemed to be fretting because Explodo Boy muttered that he would help them. This calmed the woman and she agreed quickly. Darby took a step back and watched as the 3 boys disappeared into the first bathroom, the women heading into the one next to it. He really shouldn't. It was a stupid idea. And yet, here he was, hood up and shoulders hunched as he pushed the bathroom door open. There were 3 stalls, their doors reaching all the way to the floor. One door, the last one, was standing wide open while the other 2 were shut and locked. The conversation behind the first door made it clear who was in there. You said you could effing do it. I am, Kaken. Let me do it. You're such a effing idiot, Deku. Hey! Don't use that word. Don't tell me what to do. Darby rolled his eyes and looked at the middle door. If he was right, Shoto would be finished fairly quickly, much more quickly than the 2 who were clearly unable to even get the smaller kid dressed, and he would step out and see. And see what? What the hell was he doing? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the door opened. Shoto stepped out, only to freeze when he saw Darby standing there. His mismatched eyes grew wide and his mouth opened, but Darby quickly shook his head and pressed a finger against his lips. The boy tilted his head but slowly nodded. He studied Darby for a moment, clearly confused by his presence, and then turned his head to look at the stall where a loud explosion rang out. Idiots! Darby almost choked when he realized Shoto, the prized son of Endeavor, was wearing a pair of jeans and an All Might t-shirt. If the man could see him right now, he'd have a heart attack. Maybe the green-haired kid wasn't so bad after all. Darby reached forward and grabbed the bag Shoto was carrying. Shoto's little hand tightened as his eyes flew toward Darby once more. Darby smiled slightly and Shoto's shoulders relaxed. He dropped his hand and Darby began to dig through the bag, finally finding the notebook and colored pencils. He flipped the notebook open to the last page and quickly wrote, "Call if you need me. Don't tell I was here." He wrote his number quickly, the number that only 3 other people on the planet had, and turned the notebook toward the small boy. Shoto's head tilted, his confusion obvious. His lips pursed as he looked up and met Darby's eyes. Darby had to admit, he forgot how it felt to be analyzed by a 4-year-old. He was pretty sure he was one of the only people that knew what that was like. Of course, most people didn't have Todoroki Shoto for a brother. After a moment, Shoto's small hand came up and gently brushed against Darby's marred skin. Darby swallowed hard. No one touched his burn marks. Not in years. Hell, most kids ran screaming from him on the street whenever they saw them. But Shoto had touched them. He didn't even know who Darby was. Whatever Shoto had been looking for, he clearly found it. He nodded his head and took the notebook, gently placing it back into the bag. Darby felt a small smile twist his lips as he dropped the colored pencil in after it. Another explosion rang out. Darby glanced at the still closed door and decided it was time to end this little meeting. He stood and reached out, placing a soft hand on Shoto's head before ruffling his hair. The sound of a lock sliding open echoed throughout the bathroom and Darby quickly removed his hand and slid into the closest stall, sliding the lock shut behind him. "Done, Shoto-chan. Oh, you look good. I knew these shirts were the best." "Shut up, Deku. You're giving me a headache. Kid, you ready? Got your bag? Effing you, get off of me." "No. You effing dash." The rest of the conversation was cut off as the bathroom door closed with a soft click. Darby let out a deep breath at the sound and ran a tired hand over his face. What the F did he just do? Bakugo let out a deep sigh as he fell onto his bed and buried his head in the pillow. Today had been completely effed and he didn't know what the hell to do about the situation. Deku was a effing kid. An irritating kid. A kid that was obsessed with him. Holy shit, he had forgotten just how bad Deku had been when they were kids. He wanted his Deku back. Bakugo let out a deep groan as the thought passed his mind. Alright, so maybe Deku wasn't as bad now as he had been when they were young. Maybe, just maybe, he actually, sort of, enjoyed the other teenager being around. They weren't friends, no way in hell would he say that, but they had reached an understanding after their fight in their first year. They could be in the same room together, hell, they could even have a effing conversation some days without Bakugo wanting to shove his hand in the green hair and blow the demon kid up. And now he was remembering that Izuku being quirkless wasn't the only reason he had stopped talking to the other boy. The sound of knocking on his door pulled Bakugo from his thoughts and he turned his head just slightly so he could glare at the offender, certain that the person would be able to feel it through the wood. Bakugo! F off! Bakugo yelled out, his glare growing more pronounced as his self-proclaimed best friend pushed his door open. Hey man! You didn't eat! Not hungry, Bakugo grunted, once again turning to hide his face in the pillow. He knew Kirishima well enough by now to know that the idiot wasn't going to leave. And don't effing ask me about Deku. Fine, Kirishima chirped, dropping down onto the floor. Bakugo scowled. He could feel the questions the other wanted to ask and it was irritating as hell. So, how's Todoroki doing? Bakugo instantly grabbed the pillow and threw it at the redhead, letting off a small explosion as he did so. Kirishima hardened his body instantly, laughing as he caught the pillow in his right hand. Hey, you said not to ask about Midoriya. You didn't say anything about Dash. F off. Kirishima continued to laugh and Bakugo momentarily regretted his actions when his head had to lay flat on the mattress. His pillow was now sitting on the floor beside shitty hair. With an irritated huff, Bakugo sat up and glared down at the other boy. What do you want? He grunted out, crossing his arms over his chest. The sooner he got this over with, the sooner he could go to sleep. And, hopefully, he would wake up from this weird effing dream. Did they figure anything out? Kirishima asked instantly, the grin falling from his face. Is there a way to reverse it? How long is Midoriya-san going to stay here? Are they still going to go to class with us? Midoriya seems different. Was he like that before or is it some sort of side effect of the quirk? Are you going to Dash? Effing stop! Bakugo growled, minor explosions going off as the redhead continued with the questions. I don't effing know. Auntie is going to stay here and watch the brats until we figure this out. They don't know anything, they don't know who the villain was, they don't know how to fix it. Bakugo's throat suddenly felt really dry. He paused for a moment, confused about the sudden rush of feelings that he couldn't interpret, then fixed a familiar glare on his face. Now get the hell out of my room. Auntie expects me early tomorrow and I want to sleep. Kirishima's eyes narrowed and Bakugo had the sudden urge to look away from the redhead. Like if he was going to do that. He kept his eyes fixed on Kirishima's, daring him to say anything. Despite how often Bakugo told the other boy he was an idiot, he wasn't as stupid as he pretended to be. Slowly, Kirishima pushed himself to his feet and moved toward the door. All right, the redhead muttered lowly, I'll let the others know. Just keep in mind that we all want to help too, okay? Let us know and we'll be there. Uraraka and Ida really want to Dash. Those extras can F off. Bakugo snapped instantly, the words escaping before Bakugo could really comprehend where they were coming from. Auntie and I can take care of Dash. They're Midoriya's best friends, Kirishima said quietly, cutting Bakugo off for the first time in a very long time. Todoroki's, too. They want to help. I would be the same way if you were the one in this situation. Bakugo's hands clenched into fists. He wanted to rant, to once again argue that Deku's friends weren't needed, but Kirishima just sent him one of his bright grins before slipping out the door. As the door closed, the words Kirishima had said echoed throughout his mind. If Bakugo had been the one that was hit with the quirk, if he was transformed back into a child, what would have happened? Would his parents have pulled him from school? Would Deku have stepped in to help? Would Kirishima or the other losers that hung around him? What would he have wanted? If he was 4 years old, he would have wanted to be around his friends. His parents, auntie, they had made him feel safe. As he got older, that changed. Oh, he still felt more comfortable when he was with his parents. He knew that most people thought his relationship with his mother in particular was turbulent and borderline abusive, but that wasn't true. He knew that they were both abrasive and harsh, but when it came down to it, his mother understood him better than anyone. She was the person that he could trust to understand where he was coming from, could trust that she would tell him the truth, whether he liked it or not. His father was comforting and calm. He helped Bakugo understand people in a way that didn't naturally come to him. He actually reminded Bakugo of Deku in that way. Deku had always been an odd mixture of Bakugo's parents and his own mother. He, somehow, was able to understand Bakugo in a way no one else was. He could see a person's intentions the same way Bakugo's father could, and when Bakugo let him, he could explain those intentions in a way that Bakugo could understand. Yet, he was a complete bundle of nerves and would do anything for others. He had always been a better person than Bakugo. So, yes, he would have done whatever he could to help Bakugo if their situation had been reversed. He probably would have left school and stayed with Bakugo's parents if they ended up taking him home. He would have invited Kirishima and the rest of the idiots to see him. Bakugo cursed and flopped down on his bed. Yes, Deku would have made sure that his friends spent time with him, both to reassure them that Bakugo was okay and so Bakugo could get to know them all over again. He was going to have to put up with the extras. Bakugo had just managed to step off the elevator and into the hallway on the second floor when screaming reached his ears. With a loud curse, he broke into a jog and threw open the door that led to the Midoriya's temporary apartment. 3 pairs of eyes flew toward him and the crying momentarily stopped before a loud shriek pierced the air. Kaken! Bakugo cursed yet again as the small, green-haired boy slammed into his legs. Izuku! Inko admonished, her face flushed red and her hands on her hips. Sit down and eat. Don't like it. You do so. Inko said, obviously flustered. You have always enjoyed dash. It's brown. I don't like it. Oh. Right. Bakugo remembers this. Izuku had been a picky eater when they were younger. The old hag likes to tell a story about how Izuku had refused to eat a sandwich she made him because she didn't make it the same way his mother did. He hadn't liked the fact that she cut it down the middle instead of from corner to corner. She had made the sandwich again, something she never would have done for her son, and then seemed pleased when it quickly disappeared from Izuku's plate. The later found it hidden behind the couch. The color thing had been another one of Izuku's points. For about 4 months, he seemed to change a color he refused to eat each week. Apparently, this week was brown. Well, if you aren't going to eat it, Bakugo declared, walking forward and dislodging the young boy from his leg in the process. I haven't eaten yet and I'm starving. From the corner of his eye, Bakugo saw Izuku frown indecisively for a few moments. The boy shifted from one foot to the other, wringing his hands in front of him, as he watched Bakugo pick up the chopsticks and move toward the dish. As he picked it up, Izuku let out a loud shriek and ran forward. No, Kaken. It's mine. Bakugo rolled his eyes and huffed as the boy crawled into the open chair beside Bakugo's. Then eat it, nerd. Not nice, Kaken. Muffled laughter had both boys looking up toward the woman that was now sitting across from them. I'm sorry, Inko giggled, shaking her head. You seem to be good with children, Katsuki. Bakugo's face flushed and he quickly avoided the woman's gaze. As he did, he saw the other young child in the room staring at him curiously. What do you want? The youngest Todoroki shook his head and instantly glanced down. Bakugo took that moment to study the boy. He was eating his food diligently and cleanly, the complete opposite of the other child in the room. Katsuki, you'll have the day off from classes today so we can get the boys settled in. It has already been cleared with the school, Auntie said brightly. After today, you'll attend classes as usual and the boys will be going with you. Bakugo's head snapped toward her. 2 young children in a classroom like the one at UA? Usually, Bakugo would argue that it wasn't a good idea, but the 2 kids were strange. Deku would probably be fascinated with the hero information, and Todoroki didn't seem to have a problem just sitting in silence. I have to return to work, so I'll be back a few hours after classes get out. You'll be free of us after that and have the rest of the night to yourself. Bakugo shifted and nodded his head. Izuku began to bounce in his chair. We get to go to UA? You do, Inko said with another giggle. Izuku yelled out happily, throwing his arms up in the air. Inko smiled at her son, then turned to the boy beside her. Are you excited as well, Shouto? Todoroki gave the smallest of nods. Bakugo's eyebrows raised at the less than thrilled response. Is breakfast all right? Would you like me to make something else tomorrow? It's fine, Todoroki replied quietly. Well, what is your favorite food? Perhaps we can have it for dinner tonight. Todoroki's small brows furrowed at the question. The silence seemed to go on forever, and Bakugo had to bite his tongue to stop himself from snapping at the child. It was a simple question. What was the issue? What would the two of you like to do today? Auntie finally asked once it became clear they weren't going to be getting any type of response. Movies. Or, Kaken, let's play superhero. Shouto, I can teach you. Oh, what about Explorer? Is there somewhere we can play Explorer, Kaken? Or we can play All Might Dash. No! Todoroki said softly but forcefully. With that one word, Bakugo suddenly remembers the conversation he had overheard a couple of years prior. The one about quirk marriages, a father's obsession leading to children that were bred to beat All Might. Oh. All right, let's explore, Bakugo said, and Deku's teary eyes turned toward him. Apparently, the boy didn't take it well that Todoroki didn't want to play one of his favorite games. You two get dressed and I'll take you around the dorms. Okay. Izuku yelled, tears gone. Todoroki was much less sure, but he slowly followed after Izuku as he ran into their shared room. Inko stood once the boys were gone, her small hands quickly gathering up the dishes. I can dash. Do you mind distracting the boys this morning? Auntie asks, waving Bakugo off as he starts to stack the dishes. The teachers were great about gathering items, but there are a few things we still need. I want to run to the store while the boys are safe with you. Bakugo almost winced at the words, knowing how her opinion would be different if she was told just how safe Izuku had been around him during their junior high years. Instead of voicing anything about that time in their lives, Bakugo just clenched his fists and nodded. Inko gave him that soft smile once more as she turned toward the sink and began to wash the dishes. We're ready! Izuku yelled as he ran into the room, dressed in a pair of bright red shorts and a yellow All Might t-shirt. Bakugo scoffed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, you look ready, nerd, he said, reaching out and ruffling Izuku's green hair. Once he realized what he was doing, Bakugo's hand paused in midair. Izuku ducked down and beamed up at him. Hey, half and half. Ready? Half and half. Izuku asked curiously. Sheet, Bakugo muttered. It's dash. Language, Katsuki. Sorry, Auntie, Bakugo responded instantly, fighting back the urge to punch Izuku when he laughed at him. Todoroki chose that moment to walk out of the bedroom, and Bakugo was pleased to see that the child had a much better fashion sense. He would have walked around with a headache all day if he had to stare at two of Deku's outrageous outfits. Be back by lunch, Auntie said when Bakugo led the two boys out of the new apartment. Bakugo grunted to show he understood the command and instantly felt rebuked by the way Auntie raised her eyebrows in his direction. Yeah. We'll be here, he coughed. All right. Have fun. Fun was not the way Bakugo would describe it. Todoroki was as calm as he had always been and followed after Izuku as he ran ahead and pointed at various things. Bakugo had to snap at the boy to stop running, to not touch things that weren't his, to stay next to him. The list went on, and by the end of it, he almost felt like he should apologize to his own parents. Almost. Bakugo felt like he had been through training by the time the three of them returned to the apartment. Auntie just looked at him in amusement as he sank down onto the couch with a loud groan. He thanked the woman when she announced she had lunch ready for them all and contemplated taking a quick nap when Inko tricked the boys into doing the same. Did they wear you out? Auntie questioned with a laugh as she perched on one of the armchairs. Bakugu forced his eyes open. When had he sprawled out on the couch? No. Auntie laughed again and sent him a knowing look. I assure you, you were much worse than Shoto-kun. Sorry, Bakugu replied instantly, mentally wincing when he imagined Todoroki being another version of young Bakugu. Alright, so maybe he owed his parents that apology. Oh, you were both adorable, Inko replied, a wistful tone in her voice. Bakugu looked toward the woman only to see her staring toward the bedroom. I miss this. Things are so different now, well, usually. I miss him needing me. Bakugu's brows furrowed. Here? Deku always needs you. Idiot would probably be even more reckless if he didn't have you in the back of his head. Bakugu watched in horror as Auntie's eyes filled with tears. Why, I didn't mean to dash. You didn't, Auntie sniffled, wiping the tears from her face. He is very reckless sometimes, isn't he? She asked, smiling despite the tears that were still falling. The worst, Bakugu agreed, mentally panicking. How was he supposed to make her stop? But he's gonna be a great hero, he admitted. One of the best. Behind me, of course. Inko laughed and Bakugu felt relieved when the woman's tears slowly stopped appearing. Of course, she agreed, shaking her head. A knock on the door startled the both of them and, after exchanging a startled glance, Bakugu stood and pulled open the door, scowl firmly in place. What? Move, Aizawa replied tiredly, moving past Bakugu and leading a woman in with him. The woman was young, probably a few years younger than Aizawa, with white hair that had familiar red streaks. Midoriya-san, this is Todoroki Fuyumi. She is Shoto's older sister. Nice to meet you, Fuyumi greeted, bowing as Auntie did the same. The woman looked at Bakugu curiously for a moment before her grey eyes flashed in recognition. Bakugu's hands clenched. Of course she effing remembered him. After the mess with the League of Idiots and all the shit that happened afterward, most people seemed to at least know who he was. Thank you for taking care of Shoto. Oh, it's no trouble. He's such a good boy. Fuyumi's pale face blushed brightly and a smile flashed across her face. He is Dash. Mom? Who's that? Izuku walked into the room, rubbing his tired eyes and looking at Fuyumi curiously. Izuku, why don't you go get Shoto-kun? Izuku's lips pursed but he nodded and hurried back into the bedroom. There were some muffled noises, making Bakugu wince in remembrance of Izuku waking him up when they were young, then the two boys appeared in the doorway. Can I know now? Izuku huffed as he stood behind his mother. But Inko didn't look toward her son. Instead, she reached out a hand to beckon Todoroki forward. The boy moved toward her, his eyes locked onto his older sister. Inko knelt down. Shoto-kun? Do you recognize Fuyumi? Todoroki nodded. Do you want to go see her? They all watched as Todoroki continued to stare at his sister, then all held their breath as he slowly shook his head. Bakugu's eyes flew toward the woman, wondering what she would do now. She didn't seem surprised at all and it made Bakugu wonder just how bad things were in the Todoroki household. Shoto! Fuyumi finally said, her voice melodic and soft. I brought dinner for you and your new friends. Cold soba. Todoroki's eyes widened. Do you think I can join you? Even Bakugu let out a sigh in relief when Todoroki nodded. A young man sat in front of a computer screen, a hand scratching consistently against his already scarred neck as he peered through the hand on his face. And why is it you have contacted me? He rasped in displeasure. They knew not to contact him unless they had important intel. Otherwise, the usual channels were to be utilized. If they had forgotten, again, he was going to have to find a way to deal with them. The person on the screen shrugged but their eyes sparkled with mischief. I thought you might want to know what's going on. Midoriya and Todoroki were both hit with a quirk on their last mission that dodged them somehow. Both of them are kids, like young kids. Neither of them even have a quirk dash. The young man sat up straight, his hand falling onto the table in front of him as he took in the words. Say that again, he demanded. They're kids? Like, 4 or 5 years old. But that isn't even the interesting part, the other person said, their lips shifting into a pout when their interesting information wasn't instantly being asked about. Oh, I beg to differ, Shigaraki mused in irritation. He had recently brought a woman in that had a quirk that could be responsible for such a thing and, as far as he knew, she had not returned from her rounds with Darby over a week ago. That was not odd. Darby tended to scare new recruits away if he didn't find them likable, but Shigaraki had been planning on retrieving this woman himself if she didn't appear within the next few days. Now he wondered if he would be able to find her at all. Apparently, a villain brought them back to UA, the other voice continued gleefully. Shigaraki hummed, still wondering what exactly Darby had done to their newest recruit, but the breaking of glass had him processing the words. It wasn't as if Kurogiri tended to react to useless information. What? A villain found them and dropped them off at the gates. Told them to ask for Aizawa. Shigaraki's hand once again flew toward his neck and he hissed as his nails began to dig into his skin. Aizawa? Eraserhead? Oh, what an interesting and irritating turn of events. Scarred BSTRD. No manners. I give him the perfect opportunity and what does he do? Hands them over to the heroes. He fixed his visible eye onto the screen once more. Keep an eye on those kids. Let me know if anything of interest happens. Will do. You wanna know if they leave? They brought Midoriya's mom here to watch them. She's staying in the dorms right now and Bakugo is helping out. You should see him. One look from Midoriya's mom and he does whatever she tells him to. It's hilarious. Midoriya Izuku's mother, here? Shigaraki says thoughtfully. Yes, do let me know if the two boys leave school grounds. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something to do. The person on the monitor nodded in acknowledgement before signing off. As soon as the screen went dark, Shigaraki turned his red eye onto the man behind the bar. Kurogiri? Find Darby. Yes, Shigaraki Tomura. Bakugo bit back a growl as he stared down at the paper in front of him. After the first couple of days, he had returned to class with the two children in tow while Auntie returned to work. His earlier assumptions for Todoroki were correct. The kid easily kept himself entertained during lessons. Izuku, on the other hand, what is this? He hissed, trying to not draw any more attention to them than they already had. It seemed every few seconds at least one of his classmates was glancing over at them. Aizawa had already warned the class once to focus on their own studies and forget about their two transformed classmates, but the words didn't seem to be registering. DMN nosy extras. It's your new costume, Kakin. So we'll match. Muffled giggles were heard from around the room at Deku's much too loud comment. If Bakugo had any less self-control, a red flush would be overtaking his cheeks right at that moment. Luckily for him, he had grown immune to Izuki's brand of mortification when they were in elementary school. And why would we need matching outfits, Deku? Because we're gonna be partners. Remember, Kakin? We talked about that we would be hero partners and we would get Ma-dash. Bakugo quickly reached over and pressed his hand against Deku's mouth. Damn it. He knew that hadn't been a effing dream. You're going to be what now? Kaminari asked, looking far too happy with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Come on, Boo, let the kid finish. F you. Enough. Aizawa sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. While I'm sure whatever Midoriya was going to say would be fascinating, each of you have something you should be working on at the moment. That includes you, Boo. The blonde scowled. Of effing course he had things to be working on. That didn't mean he was actually able to do so when he had a 5-year-old constantly trying to climb onto his lap or tugging at his shirt to show him his newest picture. That was why, despite his earlier grumbling, he could admit he was actually thankful to the extras for helping with the two brats this past week. Bakugo was surprised that they had managed to fall into a routine. He woke up each morning and went for his run, then got ready for the day before heading to the second-floor apartment. Auntie always had breakfast waiting for him, something he would never admit that he enjoyed, but she would leave almost as soon as he walked into the door so she could make it to her job on time. So, Bakugo would eat breakfast with the kids and wash their dishes, then make the journey to the school and get the two of them situated with whatever they brought that day to entertain themselves. Todoroki always had his journal and colored pencils. Deku's choice seemed to vary by the day. Once they returned to the dorms, most of their class would follow to the apartment and would entertain the kids while Bakugo finished his own homework. Auntie usually returned home just as the others were leaving, and Bakugo would then take over watching the two while she made them all dinner. After that, it was Inko getting the two ready for bed and Bakugo heading back to his own room. It was hectic and Bakugo couldn't help but feel like there was more he could do to help Auntie, but it was what they were working with at the moment. The worst part of the week had been the 3 days Todoroki's sister had joined them for dinner. She was pleasant enough, a bit too nice actually, but it was awkward to sit there as she tried over and over again to get her brother to acknowledge her. They were at the point that Todoroki would say hi and bye, but only if Auntie was standing there. If she was distracted, the dual-haired boy was perfectly fine with ignoring his sister's existence. Recovery Girl had checked in twice to see if anything had changed with either boy. Both times Bakugo had watched as she grimaced over the fact that the hope had been in vain and no one had been able to find out any information on what had even happened to the two or how to reverse it. Bakugo was beginning to worry that there wasn't a way to reverse it at all. And he didn't want to think about why that thought made him want to hurl. It was exactly a week after the two had shown up in their altered states that something finally changed. Bakugo pushed open the apartment door and stepped into chaos. A sobbing Deku ran toward him, slamming into his legs hard enough that Bakugo actually had to take a step back. What the hell are you dash? He broke off quickly when loud screaming pierced the air. Without a thought, Bakugo grabbed Deku and held him in his left arm, his right hand coming up in front of him as protective sparks began to crackle. Auntie! Deku's face buried in his shoulder, tears soaking his shirt. Auntie! Shouto, it's all right baby. He heard the familiar voice cooing. His brows furrowed as he pushed open the bedroom door. The screaming was coming from Todoroki. What the dash? Sure, Auntie continued to say calmly, though her head turned in Bakugo's direction. Despite the tranquil tone, her face was worried and her eyes confused as she leaned over the small boy. Todoroki was laying on his stomach, his face buried in the pillow as he continued to scream. Shouto, honey, can you look at us? Please? Todoroki's screams fell silent, but the shaking shoulders gave away the fact that the boy was still sobbing. He wasn't the only one. Kaken! Deku sobbed, his arms tightening around Bakugo's neck as tears and snot continued to ruin the older boy's shirt. He was going to have to go change and throw the DMN thing out. Kaken! What? Bakugo rasped, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of threat. He didn't see anything out of place and he didn't sense anyone was near. But what else could have caused the two of them to be like this? A loud gasp had him snapping his head toward Auntie and Todoroki once more. Auntie was staring at Todoroki in horror as silent tears ran down her face. Once Bakugo got a good look at the boy, he understood why. There was a fresh and awfully familiar burn mark on the 5-year-old's face. Chapter text. An hour later, Bakugo found himself sitting in the conference room at UA once again. As the week before, each teacher was present, along with Auntie and the two kids, but there was one new addition. Todoroki's sister was sitting in the chair beside Auntie and, for the first time, Todoroki was refusing to be separated from her. After Bakugo had seen what was happening that morning, he had quickly run toward Recovery Girl's office, not even realizing that he still had a crying Deku in his arms. He had thrown open the door to the old lady's office and had instantly been asked what happened to Midoriya. After explaining the situation, Recovery Girl had told him to notify Aizawa of what was happening before hurrying off toward the dorms. And now, here they were. When Fuyumi showed up, out of breath and looking as if she had just rolled out of bed, Todoroki had burst into a new round of sobs before sliding off of Auntie's lap and running toward his sister. Fuyumi, who had been just as surprised as every other person in the room, instantly fell to her knees to hug the smaller boy against her. Bakugo was just thankful that Recovery Girl's quirk had drained the kid enough that he finally fell asleep in his sister's lap, his head against her chest and his small hand clenching her overly large t-shirt. Izuku, of course, wasn't so lucky and still had tears streaming down his face as he held tightly onto Auntie. I must theorize that the quirk must have some sort of time limit, Nezu commented after hearing Auntie's account of that morning and peering at Todoroki's familiar, but yet not, scar. Perhaps they are aging at a different rate? We know that they claimed to be 5 when this started, correct? And you said that Todoroki originally got this scar when he was 5? So it is safe to assume that they are aging, though it is worrying that they have to experience such physical ailments a second time. So you think they are just aging? Faster than usual? Like the quirk is slowly wearing off? Midnight asked, frowning at the sleeping Todoroki. I do not know for sure, came the principal's response, but based on the evidence we have dash. Is it true, Mama? Nezu and the rest of the teachers fell silent as the quiet, cracking voice asked the question. Bakugu's eyes shifted toward Izuku, his teeth grinding together. This entire situation was completely effed. If they ended up reliving every effing break or bruise they had, once Deku reached his teen years he would be regulated to the effing hospital ward. That many breaks so quickly could completely F up his arms, even more than they had been. Is what true? Auntie asked softly, rubbing her hand down Izuku's back. Deku buried his face in her shoulder. That I'm quirkless? Bakugu's eyes shot toward All Might in shock as the question was voiced. The man's own eyes widened slightly in panic before he slowly shrugged his shoulders. Bakugu, annoyed by the lack of response to his unvoiced question of what the F they should do, turned toward Auntie. Her mouth had dropped open and she slowly pushed Izuku back so she could peer into his bright, green eyes. Eyes that were, as usual, filled with tears. Izuku, honey, why do you think you're quirkless? That mean doctor said so. I saw it and then I woke up and Shouto was screaming and everyone was worried and then I remembered and it was dash. Deku, Bakugu cut in, his voice rough. Izuku ducked his head, his shoulders shaking. Bakugu scared in a deep breath as he processed what the boy was saying. He remembered Deku telling him that his mother had taken him to a doctor and he was told he was quirkless. That wasn't a effing dream. That had actually happened. If he remembered that. Deku, what else did you dream? Deku's shoulders fell forward and the tears began to fall even faster. You fell, Kakin. We were playing and, playing Explorer. And you fell. I was so, scared. I ran to, but you, dash. Alright, calm down, Bakugu snapped. Izuku continued to cry, hard enough that he was having trouble breathing, and now Auntie was crying as well, holding her son tight against her as she looked at Nezu. What is happening? She demanded as her voice cracked. I am not certain, the rat? Answered before fixing his beady eyes on Bakugu. Do you remember the event Midoriya just described? Can you confirm that something like that did happen when you were children? Of effing course he could. He wouldn't be able to forget that memory if he tried. Yeah, it happened. Fell into a stream and Deku came running after me. Do you remember how old you were? 6. So they are not only experiencing the physical aspects of aging, they are also beginning to regain memories from when they were that age, probably important memories that, in some way, helped mold the person they are, Nezu mused. He didn't notice the reactions to the words. Didn't notice how Fuyumi stared down at her younger brother in horror. How Auntie covered her mouth and closed her eyes tightly. How Bakugu's hands started to shoot sparks. Or how All Might's already big eyes seemed to suddenly swallow the rest of his face. We do need to know, however, if it is just Midoriya remembering such things or if Todoroki is having the same experience. Fuyumi's arm tightened momentarily, but she slowly nodded her head. Shouto? Are you awake? Fuyumi whispered. A small nod was given in response and Fuyumi reached up to slide his hair. Did you hear what Principal Nezu said? About Izuku's dreams? Another nod. Did you see something last night? Maybe something about our parents. The reaction was instant. Todoroki pushed against his sister's chest, making her let out an oomph of surprise, and fell off her legs onto the floor. Shouto! Auntie gasped out, reaching toward the boy, but Todoroki scrambled back. He didn't stop moving until his back hit the wall and his legs came up to press against his chest. Shouto dash. I want Tuia. Fuyumi flinched. Shouto, Tuia isn't, he can't be here right now. Todoroki's lips twisted at the words and he shook his head. Tuia. Show dash. Bakugu, would you mind taking young Midoriya and Todoroki back to the dorms? All Might asked, cutting Fuyumi off from telling her brother, yet again, that he couldn't see the person he was asking for. I believe we have some more things to discuss and young Todoroki could do with some rest. Bakugo didn't bother to verbally respond. He didn't want to sit there on his but as they continued to debate a quirk none of them knew anything about. If it were up to him, he'd effing search the city until he found Darby and demanded to know what happened and how to fix it. But, as he was so often reminded, it wasn't up to him. So, he pushed his chair back and got to his feet. He didn't even bother to protest when Deku reached up and wrapped his arms around Bakugo's neck. Instead, Bakugo just lifted him and then held out his hand to Todoroki. The boy looked at it warily for a moment but eventually slipped his smaller hand into Bakugo's and let the boy pull him to his feet before the three walked out of the conference room. None of them said a word, not even Midoriya, as they slowly made their way out of the school. Bakugo was sure that both of the kids were exhausted, especially after the night they had, but he couldn't help but wonder just what they were going to end up seeing when they went to sleep, and what Deku was going to do when he remembered just how bad things had gotten between them. The warehouse was old, abandoned, and, most importantly, a place the League of Villains was unaware of. Darby had been staying there for almost a year before he joined the League and he kept the place stocked as a potential escape house if he thought he needed it. After the events of the past week, he needed it. Shigaraki had somehow figured out what happened to Shoto and the Green Kid and was out of Darby's blood. It was only thanks to Twice, who had a liking for Darby, well, at least one side of him did, that he got warned before the head of the League was able to get his hands on him. Literally. So now, Darby was waiting for the boss man to cool down before he returned, but he was also tracking that wannabe villain that had caused this entire mess in the first place. He really should have paid more attention when Mophead was talking about the hag. The information would have come in handy right at this moment. The loud vibration of his phone startled Darby out of his thoughts. He grabbed it quickly and glanced at the number, a frown pulling at his lips when he realized he didn't recognize it. He considered not answering. After all, it could have easily been someone he didn't want to effing talk to that was using a number he didn't know just so he would pick up, but there was the slimmest chance it was important. It was because of that small chance that Darby hit the answer key, growling low in his throat as he did so. What? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Darby's jaw clenched. No way in hell he was going to stay on the line to give some idiot enough time to. Tuya? Darby's hand fumbled with the phone at the small, familiar voice and he barely noticed the blue flames that lit up his left hand in shock, both at the name and the person calling him. Tuya? Oni-san? They keep saying you're gone but I saw you. You look different but, listen, why did Mom do it? It hurts. Darby could only listen to the words with growing horror, forcing himself to extinguish the flames that were leaking at the strong emotion. Shoto was crying on the other side of the phone, the quiet sound making something in Darby rise up and will him to leave the relative safety of the warehouse and go to the school to help his brother. He couldn't. He knew he couldn't. Shoto, what hurts? Darby finally questioned, his voice low and slightly raspy as he tried to figure out just what was going on. What had the kid said? Why did Mom do it? Had someone told him where their mom was? Had they got tired of the kid asking for her and decided to just rip off the band-aid? If that was the case, Darby was going to rip their heads from their bodies in retaliation. My eye, Shoto whimpered and Darby's nails began to dig into the skin of his palms. They said we were growing. And remembering. Oh, he really should have effing listened when Mophead gushed about that DMN woman. I saw you and Fuyumi arguing. And Natsuo yelling at me. Dad was angry and Mom said she couldn't look at me. Because of him. And you? Why did you leave? You said you would stay with me and then you. Shoto's sobs became louder and Darby's heart clenched in his chest. How do you explain to a 5-year-old, 6? Maybe, that you hadn't left them willingly? That their father had? He wasn't thinking about that. Sho? Where are you right now? School. With Kaken, the boy answers through his tears and suddenly, Darby has a whole other set of worries. That DMN school was trusting Explodo Boy to watch his brother? Had they lost their effing minds? He supposed he shouldn't be surprised, he had seen the kid with them at the store, but to know that Shoto was alone with that kid, especially now. Now after what he had just seen and been through. Effing hell. Kaken is trying to stop Izuku from crying. Xiaotou continued, and Darby had to admit that he was somewhat pleased to hear the way Xiaotou's breathing was slowing. He wasn't completely calm yet, but he was getting there. Darby had more than enough experience with helping his younger brother through this. This he could do. I took his phone. Good, Darby responds, closing his eyes tightly and gripping the phone. You did good, Sho. Now, I want you to take a deep breath in, alright? Just like we used to do after your sessions with Dad. Deep breath in, hold it for 5 seconds, then out. Alright. Xiaotou didn't respond, but Darby heard him complying with his orders on the other side of the phone. Good. Just remember to close your eyes and take a deep breath whenever you get upset, okay? I'm going to find a way to fix this. Xiaotou's deep breathing continued down the line for a few more minutes before the young boy finally let out one final deep breath. Feeling better? Yes, Xiaotou answered quietly. Nissan? They called you something else and everyone was scared. Nisan, what did you do? Of effing course they figured it out. Probably because of that DMN green-haired kid, he probably told his dear Kaken, and then the teachers were informed. Which now explained how Shigaraki came into the knowledge that Xiaotou and the other kid was hit with that woman's quirk and Darby had returned them to UA. He had an informant in that DMN school, which was why Darby had told the kids to keep quiet. Should have effing known that was what happened. Sho, when we hang up I need you to erase the call, do you know how to do that? Nitan dash. Xiaotou, Darby said firmly, his voice taking on a tone that it hadn't hit in over 10 years. He was actually a bit surprised he was able to hit it at all. Yes, Xiaotou responded instantly. I can do it. Alright. I'm gonna hang up now and you're gonna clear that number. You call me again if you need to, but I'm gonna fix this, alright? Okay. Get some sleep, Sho. Every morning, Bakugu walked into the apartment downstairs with tense shoulders. He was waiting for the next growth, as they had taken to calling it. To one day going into the apartment to a Deku who wanted nothing to do with him. It had never really happened growing up, not until they started avoiding each other in middle school, but he knew it was a possibility. Especially now. Now that Midoriya knew he had other friends, now that he had Todoroki in particular. He wasn't the only one feeling on edge. Fuyumi had stopped by each and every night since the meeting, and each time Todoroki completely ignored her. She would talk about various things, but she always stayed away from 3 key points that Bakugu took note of. Their father and mother were never mentioned. Neither was the mysterious Tuya. It was 6 days after the day the burn appeared on Todoroki's face when Fuyumi appeared at the apartment with a friend. Well, not so much a friend. This is my brother, Natsuo. Fuyumi introduced Bokyugu and Inko. Inko smiled brightly and pulled the surprised young man into a hug while Bakugu crossed his arms over his chest. He was beginning to understand why the older Todoroki never spoke of Tuya. He had mentioned a sister on a few occasions, but this person, Natsuo, had never been alluded to. Natsuo studies in the States and he just flew in a few hours ago. You'll have to excuse him if he falls asleep in his dinner. I tried to get her to let me sleep and said I would join you tomorrow, Natsuo said, his eyes flashing in amusement as he glanced over at his sister. You can see how well that turned out. Well, we're happy to have you. Let me get the boys, Inko said happily. She hurried toward the bedroom where the sounds of a video game could be heard. Izuku, after realizing Todoroki had never played a game, had been horrified and insisted they bring his systems to the apartment. That quickly changed when Kirishima instead brought his new gaming system into the room. Bakugu hoped that Shitty Hair knew he wasn't getting that thing back. And Bakugu wasn't going to buy him a new one. So, you got roped into babysitting duty, Hair? Natsuo said, smiling awkwardly as he looked at Bakugu. Bakugu merely crossed his arms over his chest. All right then. Inko appeared a few seconds later, followed by a grinning Izuku and a frowning Todoroki. Bakugu kept a close eye on Half and Half and saw how he completely froze when his eyes landed on his older brother. Xiaotou, Fuyumi said brightly, smiling even though she knew her brother was unlikely to respond to her, the same way he ignored her every other night. Look who came to visit. Natsuo wanted to see you. Hey, Xiaotou. How's it going? Todoroki's eyes frantically began searching the room, though they stayed far away from his brother and sister. And then the kid ran. Bakugo would have expected him to run back into the bedroom, or maybe toward Auntie. He didn't expect the kid to run to him and stand behind him as he gripped the back of Bakugo's t-shirt. "Oi! What are you dash?" "Sorry," Natsuo said, shrugging his shoulders as the smile fell from his face. "Shoto and I didn't exactly have the best relationship at that age." "Oh, all brothers fight," Auntie said graciously. "Shoto, honey, can you let go of Kitsuki?" The kid didn't move. "Goddamn it." "It's fine," Natsuo insisted. He then dropped down to his knees and peered around Bakugo at his younger brother. "Shoto? You seem to like Bakugo?" "Quite a bit. I've seen him fight, he seems pretty cool." Fight? There was only one place he could have seen him fight. Apparently this guy paid at least a bit of attention to his brother if he watched him during the tournament. "You know, you and I had some pretty good times when we got older." Now, why did Bakugo doubt that? "We had a few when you were young, too. Mostly with Tuya." "Natsuo!" Fuyumi whispered furiously. Her brother ignored her. "Tuya used to sneak you out of your room and into the garden, remember? He taught you how to play soccer. The three of us would play together." Snuck him out of his room? So they could play soccer? What type of effed-up life did this kid have? "Are you upset about Tuya? Fuyumi says that you've been asking for him." "That's understandable. The two of you were close dash. Tuya is here." Bakugo blinked as the kid finally let go of his shirt and stepped forward. He glared at his brother furiously. "Tuya is here." Natsuo frowned and glanced up at his sister. Fuyumi shrugged helplessly. "He is." Todoroki insisted. "All right, I think it's time to eat." Auntie stepped in quickly, trying to defuse the situation. "Come on, Shoto. Food." Deku yelped, grabbing onto Todoroki's arm and pulling him toward the table. Bakugo almost laughed when he sent a glare at Todoroki's brother. Bakugo couldn't remember Deku full-on glaring at anyone at that age. It was an interesting sight. "Kaken! Come on! Dinner!" "Coming," Bakugo muttered. He moved forward to take his usual seat across from Deku, but a small hand stopped him. Todoroki stared up at him and slowly pulled on Bakugo's shirt once more, leading him to the chair beside him. The usually empty chair. Effing hell. How was he half and half safe space over his own brother? Dinner was an awkward affair, with Auntie asking about Natsuo's schooling and Fuyumi and Natsuo trying to draw Shoto into conversation. Finally, the boys headed off to get ready for bed. This was the point where Bakugo usually headed to his room, but instead he sank down onto the couch. Natsuo and Fuyumi sat across from him as Auntie sat beside Bakugo. Did something else happen? Were they checked over by a doctor? Natsuo asked seriously. "They weigh Shoto's insisting that Tuya is here, it's not right." "They were checked by recovery girl." "Multiple times," Bakugo grunted. "I meant an actual doctor." "I dare you to say that to her face," Bakugo growled, lips twisting into an evil smirk as he imagined the reaction of the granny-like hero. "Maybe it's his memories," Fuyumi said quickly as her brother glared at Bakugo. "Maybe when he got his memories back they kind of mixed together and he thinks that things that happened then happen now. Maybe that's why he thinks he saw Tuya." "He was saying the same thing before his memories started coming back," Auntie said quietly. Bakugo tuned them out after that. Instead, he thought of the events over the past couple of weeks. Somehow, the two were morphed into children. Then, instead of killing them or taking them to Shigaraki, as they all would expect, Darby brought them to the school. Todoroki had been asking for his brother since he appeared that day, but it had decreased drastically after the first few hours. Actually, it had decreased after their shopping trip. "Do you have any pictures of Tuya?" Bakugo asked, cutting off whatever it was Natsuo was saying. The man glared in response. "Oh, that might help," Auntie said, bouncing up and down in excitement. It was moments like this that Bakugo knew she was related to Deku. He had never seen anyone else do that, and it would be ridiculous on anyone else. A way for Shoto to see his brother without dash. But Natsuo shook his head. "We, don't have any pictures of him." "Oh," Auntie's exuberance faded instantly and her brows furrowed. "None? He must have been really shy. I have one, Fuyumi murmured lowly. It was taken shortly before Dad didn't know that I had it. Do you really think it would help him? Bakugo shrugged. Sure, if that's why they wanted to think he wanted it, he would go with it. Better than the truth. I'll bring it with me tomorrow, Fuyumi promised. Perfect. He knew something was wrong the second he walked into the apartment. Auntie was pacing in the kitchen, wringing her hands together, and neither of the boys came running to greet him. He paused, his heart dropping. What's going on? He didn't stutter. There was no way in hell he had just stuttered. Katsuki! Auntie gasped as she looked at him. Oh, Katsuki! So glad you're here. They aren't waking up. What? The boys. I called Recovery Girl and she's on her way, but neither of them dash. Bakugo didn't wait for the rest of her words. He ran into the bedroom and saw both boys laying on their backs, their bodies tense. Deku! Do, wake up. The small, green-haired boy didn't stir. Oi! Half in half. Nothing. He leaned down and shook Deku's shoulders, but the boy moved limply in his hands. He glanced at the door, hoping to see Recovery Girl, but he only saw Auntie with tears running down her face. He swallowed hard as panic welled in his chest. He fell onto his butt and watched the two, hoping one of them would open his eyes. Neither of them did. Recovery Girl showed up with Aizawa, Nezu, and All Might in tow. They all stood there silently as Recovery Girl bent over first Deku then Todoroki. She hummed lowly under her breath as she straightened. Nothing is wrong with them. Then why the hell won't they wake up? Bakugo snarled. He let out another growl as he was smacked in the back of the head, in a way that was startling, reminiscent of his mother. He glared up at the offender, only to see Aizawa glaring down at him. Let her talk. Physically, they are both fine, Recovery Girl continued, ignoring Bakugo altogether. I believe they are going through their next bout of aging and are probably getting all of their memories from that point in their lives. Their minds are keeping them asleep so they can process all the information. They should wake in their own time. Bakugo's fists clenched at the information. All right, so, next bout of memories. What had happened that year? He closed his eyes tightly and pulled his knees up to his chest. Did he even need to ask what had happened? He knew. He had found out about Deku being quirkless. He had started calling him, well, Deku. He had begun teasing him. Had begun to push him away. It was when they stopped being friends. And all of those memories were hitting Deku all at once. What would happen when he woke up? How would he react to seeing Bakugo? To hearing the name that many of his friends called him? The name he had turned into something good. But he wouldn't know that. Not yet. What about Todoroki? They all knew that his childhood hadn't been the best. After the way he reacted the first time, what was going to happen now? Did he have more injuries that they didn't know about? Was he going to wake up with broken bones or new scars? We will return to the school, Nezu said after a moment. Please let us know if there is anything we can do once they wake up. Bakugo, you can be excused from classes for the day. I do not believe either boy will be up for attending classes today. Bakugo nodded as they filed from the room, leaving only himself and Auntie along with the two sleeping boys. I need to call work and let them know I won't be in, she fretted as she reached over and raised the blanket on Deku's sleeping body. And we need to let Todoroki's family know what is happening. They'll probably want to be here when they wake up. Bakugo grimaced, not sure that was such a good idea. Not with the way Todoroki reacted to both his sister and brother, but, then again, he had barely left Fuyumi's side the first time. Well, for the first few hours, anyway. He had gone back to avoiding her after that. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to have the Todoroki siblings here. He couldn't say how long he sat there. He knew Auntie left for a period of time before she pulled a chair into the bedroom to join him. Then she disappeared yet again and returned with a sandwich that she passed to Bakugo. He nodded in thanks as he began to eat, the bread, meat, and cheese tasting like ash on his tongue. He barely managed to make it through half before he placed it on the plate on the floor. Why wouldn't they wake up? The first stirrings happened not took long after that. Deku turned on his side, then lifted a small hand up to rub against his eyes. Bakugo and Inko both sat up straight, staring anxiously at the green-haired boy. They watched as his eyes fluttered and his mouth twisted into a pout. And then the eyes opened and landed on Bakugo. And he screamed. The small boy ripped himself out of the bed and tore toward his mother, wrapping his small arms around her as he wailed loudly. Inko, who was more startled than Bakugo, shot a wide-eyed look at the blonde teen before holding her son close and shushing him. Bakugo clenched his fists and averted his eyes, knowing that he deserved whatever it was that was coming his way. It was then that movement started from Todoroki's bed. Glancing at the still sobbing Deku, Bakugo knew that Inko was too busy with her son to notice the other small boy at the moment. He let out a deep sigh and steeled himself for whatever was about to happen as he moved toward the other bed. Like Deku, Todoroki came out of sleep slowly and a little confusedly. Finally, awareness seemed to creep in and he began to blink frantically as he fought back tears. "Todoroki?" Bakugo questioned gruffly. "Kid, you alright?" He was asking about any physical injuries, anything that needed to be taken care of, but his words made the tears fall silently down the two-toned boy's face. Bakugo watched as he raised a shaky hand and gripped the front of Bakugo's crisp, white shirt. "Great. This again." He fought back an irritated sigh as he stood and perched on the edge of Todoroki's bed. The small boy didn't waste a moment. He scrambled forward, perching himself on Bakugo's lap, and burying his face in Bakugo's chest. "Whoa, what the hell?" Bakugo snapped as he felt tears begin to soak the front of his school shirt. Demon, he really should have changed after they said he didn't have to attend class. "Kid, you hurt?" Todoroki's small head shook. "All right. You want to tell me what happened?" Another shake. Well, that was really helpful. How was he supposed to stop whatever the hell it was that was going on if the brat wouldn't tell him what it was? "Izuku? Honey? Let me put you next to Katsuki and I'll make you and Shouto some breakfast dash." "No!" Deku sobbed, holding onto his mother tighter. "Stay! But you both need to eat dash." "I'll help," the green-haired boy said decisively, not looking in Bakugo's direction as he slid from his mother's lap and padded out of his bedroom and into the kitchen. Inko blinked after her son for a moment before turning narrowed eyes onto Bakugo. "Katsuki?" "We had some issues," Bakugo muttered, not even realizing when he lifted a hand and placed it against Todoroki's shaking back. The boy was still crying. "This is when I thought it would be better if we weren't friends. It's when I began to call him Deku." Bakugo flinched at the cold, closed-off look that crossed Auntie's face. "I see," she said icily. "I will have breakfast ready soon. Perhaps it would be best if you stayed with Shouto until his family is able to be here." Fuyumi had to go to work but Natsuo said he would be here as soon as he could. Bakugo merely nodded at the request. He understood why Auntie was upset. Everything seemed so much worse when it was hitting him all at once. Over a year, it hadn't all seemed so bad. Obviously, since Deku had continued to follow him around for years, but getting all of those memories at one time. Well, he understood why Deku was so upset. This was exactly what he had been worried about. He scared in a deep breath and turned his attention toward the small boy in his lap. He had no idea what had happened to Todoroki at this age, but it was clear that it upset him. At least there were no new injuries. At least, no permanent ones. "Hey, your brother will be here soon. You gonna talk to him?" Todoroki's head shot up so quickly that Bakugo was afraid the kid had given himself whiplash. "Tuya?" "Sheet." No, Bakugo winced. "Natsuo." Todoroki's head was down instantly. "Want Tuya? Natsuo doesn't like me." Bakugo took in the information quickly and his brows furrowed. "Natsuo likes you fine. He flew out here because you were in trouble, didn't he?" Todoroki hesitated but nodded. "All right. And your sister has been here every day?" "Every single day." Bakugo scowled at the thought of the oldest Todoroki. Well, was she the oldest? How old was Tuya exactly? "She's going to come again today, but it's going to be a little later than Natsuo. You excited to see her?" Todoroki shook his head yet again and Bakugo groaned. All right, he was getting nowhere with this. Maybe if the two of them had actually been friends, He might be able to figure out what the hell was happening right now. Then again, Todoroki didn't exactly seem like the sharing type. The only person he probably told was Deku, and it wasn't as if Deku was going to be able to give them any sort of information. At least Bakugo was able to tell Auntie why Deku was acting the way he was. Katsuki? Shoto? Breakfast is ready. Bakugo's teeth ground together as he lifted Shoto and placed the boy onto his feet. Come on. Food. Todoroki instantly grasped Bakugo's hand. Bakugo winced and shifted, so the boy was holding onto his wrist instead. The last thing he needed was to accidentally explode the kid's hand off or something. Deku was chattering away to his mother, but the instant he caught sight of Bakugo, he snapped his mouth shut and scrambled onto his chair. Well, not his chair. He was sitting in Todoroki's usual chair, the one on the other side of the table from Bakugo. Bakugo didn't say anything, though he desperately wanted to, and instead helped Todoroki sit in Deku's usual seat. Auntie didn't say anything about the change in seating arrangement, but she did purse her lips and shoot Bakugo a look of disapproval. Bakugo ducked his head and helped Todoroki with his omelet. Their breakfast, it was afternoon so it wasn't exactly a breakfast, was spent in silence that was only broken with a knock on the door. Auntie quickly stood from her chair and Deku, with panicked wide eyes, clambered after her quickly. Oh, Natsuo, come in. The boys woke up about 20 minutes ago, so we're in the middle of a late breakfast. Natsuo didn't say anything, but he quickly walked into the room, his eyes instantly landing on his little brother. Show dash. Even Bakugo's mouth dropped when Todoroki jumped from his chair and ran forward, barreling into his older brother. Natsuo's mouth dropped open in shocked surprise as he reached down and stroked his brother's hair. Shoto? The unmistakable sound of sobbing was heard, and Bakugo grimaced at the knowledge that Todoroki was crying yet again. Katsuki, honey, why don't you enjoy your day off? I think the boys need a break for today. Bakugo heard what Inko was telling him loud and clear. She didn't want him there. Didn't want him around her son. Not now. So, instead of making a big deal out of it, he left. It was funny. A week or so ago he would have been thankful to get away, to not be involved in the mess that Deku had found himself in. Instead, he was sitting on his bed with his head buried in his hands as he thought of everything he had done to the other boy over the years. Every prank, every taunt, every mean thing he had ever done. Deku had to replay all of it. Each and everything. Bakugo would be lucky if the boy wanted to be around him at all. None of the memories he got back were going to be pleasant. At least, none of him. They got at least a bit better after they started after the first couple of months. But, if they followed the current timeline, those memories would be weeks away. That was weeks of Deku avoiding him. Which meant that he was going to need to find someone to help Auntie. Maybe the others could do some sort of schedule for something. Roundface was certain to want to help. Probably the class president too. He was sure the other girl, the one that was friends with Todoroki, would want to help as well. What was her name? Yoirozu. Actually, most of their classmates would probably want to help. Not that Bakugo would let them. There was no way he was leaving Deku or Todoroki with Pinky or Pikachu. That wasn't going to happen. He might allow Shitty Hair to be alone with them, maybe. This might be more difficult than he thought. He broke out of his thoughts when a soft knock sounded on his door. He frowned. None of his friends knocked like that. Hell, half the time they didn't knock at all. He pushed himself to his feet and pulled the door open. Oh. You, he scowled as the Todoroki sister raised an eyebrow at the lackluster greeting. Nice to see you too, she sighed. She glanced over her shoulder momentarily, then glanced back at the boy in front of her. I wanted to thank you for helping Shoto this morning. Inko told us how he latched onto you. I'm sure the memories weren't exactly pleasant, so dash. Yeah, what exactly was he remembering? Bakugo snapped, his mind flashing back to the tears that streamed down the small face. He kept crying. Fuyumi hesitated for a moment. That wasn't a happy time. Our mother was gone and our father became, he pushed Shoto a bit more. Tuya, she almost whispered the name, like it was something forbidden, started fighting more and more with our father. And then, one day, he left. Shoto took it hard, as you probably guessed. Bakugu nodded, remembering the multiple times the boy had asked for his older brother over the last couple of weeks. Speaking of Tuya, I brought this. She reached into her purse and pulled out a single photograph. This might not be the best time to give it to him. Fuyumi winced as she passed it along to Bakugu. Maybe after a few days? You can decide. You're around him more than any of us. Bakugu didn't mention to her the fact that he would probably be removed from the job within the next few days. All right, thanks, he said instead. Fuyumi just smiled at him once again before heading off down the hallway. Bakugu waited until she was out of sight before he closed his door and flipped the photograph over. There was a picture of a young man, probably around his age, with bright red hair and even brighter blue eyes. His skin was pale, maybe even a shade or so lighter than Todoroki's. Bakugu noted that his eyes were the same shade of blue as Endeavor, as Shoto's left eye. Eyes that looked extremely familiar. He knew those eyes. Those eyes had stared at him for hours on end when he had been taken by the villains. Mentally, he replaced the red hair with dyed black and imagined the pale skin marred by various burn scars, and he recoiled in horror. Well, at least he knew why Darby had brought the kids to UA. It was well known that Bakugu was not a very pleasant person to be around if he didn't get at least 8 hours of sleep. So, when he walked into the apartment the next day with dark circles under his eyes, Auntie Inko's shoulders tensed and she shot a wary look toward Izuku and Todoroki. Katsuki, why don't you head back to your room? Fuyumi and Natsuo are going to take the boys today and I'm heading off to work as soon as they get here. Bakugu's jaw clenched. He knew this was going to happen. It had been one of the thoughts ringing through his head the entire night. Auntie didn't want him around Deku, not after what happened the day before. Hell, it looked like Deku didn't want him around either, with the way he was cowering in the corner of the couch and refusing to even look in Bakugu's direction. Todoroki, on the other hand, was biting his bottom lip and glancing from Deku to Bakugu. He then began to wring his hands together in a nervous habit that Bakugu had never seen him do as a teenager. Seeing the youngest Todoroki made Bakugu's other thoughts re-enter his mind. He was almost certain that Darby was Todoroki Tuya, he just had no idea how the oldest brother, the son of Endeavor, had ended up as a villain. And it wasn't as if he was just any villain, he had almost killed Endeavor, had kidnapped Bakugu, had taunted Todoroki as he did so. Had taunted the younger brother that he, at one point, had obviously cared for. The thing is, Bakugu was pretty sure he still did. Yeah, fine, he said shortly, ignoring the flash of hurt that crossed Inko's face as he walked out of the apartment and slammed the door behind him. He wasn't going to feel bad. He wasn't. She was the one that wanted him to leave. Bagu shook his head as he stomped down the hall toward his room. Bakubro? All right. Kirishima asked, his shitty hair sticking up in even more disarray as usual as he stuck his head out of his doorway. Shouldn't you be with Dash? No, Bakugu snarled, his palms crackling menacingly as he kicked his own door open. But, what is? F off! Bakugu growled, slamming his door shut. Only a second later, he pulled it open. Oi! Shitty hair! Kirishima hesitantly poked his head out of his room once again. Go to the apartment and make sure Todoroki's family shows up to watch the midgets. All right. Let me know if they go somewhere. Bakugu almost flinched at the bright smile that crossed the redhead's face. Sure. I'll make sure they're all right while you get some sleep. Have a good nap, bro. Bakugu slammed his door once more, not wanting to explain the real reason he wanted to know if Fuyumi took the kid somewhere. All night, Bakugu had been wondering how Todoroki had gone from asking constantly for his brother and asking where he was, to going almost silent beyond insisting that he was still there. No matter how many times Fuyumi, Natsuo, or any of the UA staff told him that Tuya wasn't around, Todoroki insisted that he was. Until now, Bakugu thought it was just because he was a kid that wanted to believe his brother wouldn't leave him. But if Darby was Tuya, well, then, at some point, Todoroki had learned that as well. At first, he had been confused about when that could have happened. Obviously, the kid had no idea it was Tuya that had dropped him off at the gates. He had no doubt that half and half would have refused to leave the man if he had. That meant that, somewhere in the last 2 weeks, something had happened that made Todoroki realize, or suspect, that his brother was alive and well. Which would have been hard to do since he had been at Bakugu's side since this entire mess started. It had driven him crazy most of the night. But then his mind started to catalogue things, odd things, that had happened. One day last week, he had found his phone on the couch even though he knew he hadn't left it there. He remembered when they went shopping and he had felt like they were being watched, how the hair on the back of his neck stood up and it had taken everything he had not to begin blowing up anything someone could have been hiding behind. How Todoroki had stopped asking for his brother right after that trip. Could Darby have been there watching them? Had he spoken to his brother? Or had Todoroki's small brain somehow put the pieces together and he realized the man he had met earlier that day was the same one he had been asking for all along? Baku bro! You awake? Bakugu snarled as he tore open his bedroom door to a brightly smiling Kirishima. Bakugu glared at the boy and the smile slowly slid off of the redhead's face as he looked at Bakugu's face. You didn't sleep at all, did you? What the F do you want, shitty hair? You told me to let you know if Fuyumi and Natsuo took Midoriya and Todoroki somewhere, Kirishima responded and Bakugu's eyes widened. Kirishima was quick to shake his head. They didn't leave the dorms or anything. Just, Uraraka thought it would be good for the boys to do something outside the apartment. They're all downstairs playing games. I think Kaminari said something about a movie night. Bakugu's shoulders relaxed, glad that Fuyumi hadn't actually taken the kids from the dorms. Fine, he snapped, shutting the door in Kirishima's face. Yeah, good talk, bro. Kirishima hollered through the door. Get some sleep. Maybe you can come down for the movie later. Bakugu didn't respond and waited until Kirishima's footsteps faded off down the hallway. He waited a few minutes until he was certain that no one else was in the hallway, then pulled open his door and made his way toward the stairs. It only took a minute for him to slip through the Midoriya's apartment and into the room Deku and half were sharing. He avoided looking at Deku's half of the room, knowing that it would just bring back the events of the morning before, and instead scanned the contents on Todoroki's half of the room. There wasn't much. The stuff that Auntie had bought when they went shopping 2 weeks ago, some things that Fuyumi had brought in an attempt to make Todoroki talk to her, a couple of things the extras had gotten for him, nothing really stood out. Bakugu could point at each item and say exactly how Todoroki got it. There was nothing here. He scowled and began to shift the pillows on the bed, just in case something was hidden underneath. There was nothing under the blankets, or the mattress, or the bed itself. Nothing hidden in the wardrobe. Nothing under the furniture. Nothing on the small bookshelf beyond Deku's comics and Todoroki's notebooks. The notebooks. Bakugu grabbed the first notebook and began to flip through it, taking in the surprisingly decent drawings. Kid had talent. If he cultivated it, he'd probably be really good when he got older, which, of course, made him wonder if the teenage Todoroki still drew. There were pictures of Deku, of Auntie, their various classmates, multiple pictures of Bakugu. And then another picture. A picture of what was obviously supposed to be Darby with the purple-colored skin and cray objects drawn in random places. So, the kid cared about Darby enough to actually draw him, from memory, nonetheless. He flipped through the rest of the notebook, scowling when he encountered multiple blank pages. He let out an annoyed huff and went to shut the book completely when a flash of black caught his eye. Brows furrowing, he began to flip the pages until he found the black ink came back into view. Call if you need me. Don't tell I was here. Bakugu's lips curled as he stared down at the words. He found it. It took Darby weeks to track down the woman that started this entire mess. It didn't help that Shigaraki apparently had it out for him for one reason or another. Maybe the twit had told him that Darby basically left her to die, so he was constantly dodging League members as he tried to find the moron. He should have known that Shigaraki would have her surrounded. He knew it would be easy to take out the so-called villains that were protecting the witch, but he didn't want to give Shigaraki even more reason to come after him. As it is, the boss would calm down eventually. He wouldn't be so forgiving if Darby killed more of his men. Which is why Darby had been following the woman for days, waiting for the moment that she was finally left alone. He sighed as he leaned against a wall in a dingy alley as the woman and her entourage ducked into a building. He planned to wait it out when he felt a distinct buzzing in his pocket. He frowned as he pulled the phone out, then cursed. He slinked further into the shadows and answered the call. Shouto? Something wrong? Something is definitely wrong, but this ain't Shouto fucker. Well, F dash. Bakugu Katsuki, Darby drawled as he moved further down the alley. Well, this is a surprise. I'm sure it is. You gonna tell me what the F is going on? Darby rolled his eyes. Why had the boss wanted this guy working with them again? You called me, Explodo Boy. Wanna tell me how you did that? Like you don't know. The other screamed and Darby pulled the phone away from his ear in annoyance. Only one reason you'd give Todoroki your number, right? Might as well admit it. I managed to get a picture of Todoroki Tuya, reminded me of someone. Effing hell. Maybe the kid isn't such an idiot after all. Alright, so you know. What's your point? Darby growled. You gonna go tell my old man? Not gonna stop me from doing what I have to do dash. I don't give a f about endeavor, a-hole. Bakugu screamed. I want to know what the hell happened to Deku and Todoroki and how to fix it. This slow aging thing dash. They aged again. Darby demanded. What had Shouto remembered this time? Their mother was gone, and that was right around the time he had left. He had no idea what else the boy could have running through his mind right now. Well, didn't that make him feel like shit? How the hell do we fix it? I don't know. Darby snapped in return. I'm working on it. What the hell does that mean? Little heroes like you don't want to know, Darby retorted. You be a sildush. I'll contact you when I get the information. Keep your mouth shut until then. You but dash. Darby ended the call and rolled his eyes when it buzzed in his hand only seconds later. Kid needed to get into some therapy or something, not like he should be judging. Darby pressed the button on the side of his phone, watching as the screen went blank. He was going to need a new phone. After throwing his phone across the room and causing multiple explosions, the anger running throughout Bakugu's body faded just enough for him to realize just how effing stupid that was. Why the hell had he called Darby and alerted him that he knew the truth? Before he talked to Aizawa or one of the other DMN teachers? Now the man was going to be on guard, even if he obviously cared enough about Shouto to make sure he didn't fall into the League's hands and was attempting to find information. Goddamn! Bakugu's hands clenched as he stormed out of his room and stomped down the stairs. By the time he got to the first floor, all of his classmates were staring at him in confusion while Deku cowed next to Natsuo. Katsuki? Everything okay? Fuyumi questioned as Shouto frowned at his sister's side. Fine, Bakugu grunted, avoiding her gaze and making his way out of the dorm. It took only a few minutes for him to storm into the school and search for one of the teachers. There was always at least one in charge on weekends and they would alert Aizawa and Nezu that Bakugu wanted to speak to them. Even if Aizawa complained about it later. Lucky for him, Principal Nezu was the first figure he ran across. Bo, is everything alright? I need to talk to you and Aizawa about the brats, he growled out, shoving his still-fisted hands into his pockets and grinding his teeth together. I know why Darby brought them to UA instead of taking them to the League. Nezu's beady eyes blinked in surprise and Bakugu felt a moment of satisfaction that he had managed to get a reaction out of him. Is that so? He asked. Why don't you go ahead and make yourself comfortable in the conference room while I contact him? He doesn't live far, so I'm sure we'll be with you in a few minutes. Bakugu didn't bother to respond, instead moving toward the conference room he had found himself in way too often the past few weeks. He plopped down in the chair he had taken to thinking of his and pulled out his phone. He doubted Darby would contact him this soon, but he didn't want to risk missing the contact if he did. He waited impatiently, his mind going over the conversation multiple times as he waited for Nezu and Aizawa to join him. Nezu was correct, wasn't he always, when he said it would only take a few minutes. Bakugu's head snapped around when the door opened and the two in question walked in, both doing as Bakugu and taking their seats. Aizawa sighed and looked toward the teen with tired eyes. Alright, what do you want? Bakugu bit back a sarcastic comment and decided the best course would be to just be blunt. Long story short, a bunch of stuff kept happening that made me question some shit about Half and Half's family. Particularly about the Tuya he kept mentioning underscore. Things like... Not important, Bakugu grunted, not wanting to admit that many of his leaps of logic had been based on assumptions. He might have been right, but he didn't want to admit how he got to the conclusion that he did. I ended up asking Fuyumi for a picture of her older brother. Have you seen him? I'm afraid we have not, Nezu responded. Bakugo pulled the now familiar picture out of his pocket and slid it down the table, watching as Aizawa's eyebrows shot up after only seconds of studying it. He has a slight resemblance to Dash. It's him. You do not know for sure, Dash. I do, Bakugo growled out. He pulled a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Thought it was weird that Icy Hot stopped asking for his brother so often, so I searched his room. Found this in the back of his notebook. Nezu got to the paper first. He glanced down at it before passing to Aizawa, and his small eyes then settled on Bakugo. You believe this number belongs to Todoroki Tuya? Who you believe to be Darby? I know it does. Nezu responded. And how are you so sure? Because I called it. Silence. Then, you did what? Bakugo stared stubbornly at his teacher. Called it. Talked to Darby. Says he's trying to find the person with the quirk or something. Said he'd contact me when he found something out. You called him? Aizawa hissed. I know you aren't that much of an idiot. Now, Nezu said placatingly. I agree that it was a foolish action, but it seems that we have more important things to discuss. The villain Darby's true identity is Todoroki Tuya, and he is the one that led the attack on Endeavor, who we now know is his father. I assume that the Todoroki family is not aware of this. No, Bakugo growled out, well aware of Aizawa's eyes on him. The conversation might have been put on hold for the moment, but he knew he was going to be hearing about his actions later. Pretty sure they think he's dead. Well, Nezu sighed as he picked up the teacup in front of him. Bakugo hadn't even noticed him bringing it in. I suppose we should speak to them. It will be a difficult conversation, but I think they both deserve to know the truth. And, considering Darby's actions regarding Endeavor, we need to get whatever information from them that we can. Agreed, Aizawa drawled, his eyes still hard as he glared at Bakugo. I will go get the two of them. I assume you're going to stay? I'm not going anywhere, Bakugo growled, daring the man to try and force him to leave. So I assumed, he sighed as he got to his feet. I'll have the students watch the kids dash. Make sure Shitty Hair is there. And Round Face, Bakugo said. Don't just leave them with Pikachu and Raccoon Eyes. Aizawa's lips twitched at the words. I'm sure Kaminari and Ashido are more than capable. Oi Dash. I'm sure others will be there as well, Bakugo. Take a breath. Bakugo's hands let out small explosions as his teacher disappeared. Nezu stared at him in amusement. No. You're wrong. I'm not, Bakugo responded, not looking at the woman as she began to cry in earnest. I talked to him. Admitted it. Bakugo shivered as the temperature in the room suddenly dropped and ice began to slowly spread across the table. He glanced to the side to see ice crystals forming on Natsuo's hands. The ice was nowhere near as quick as Icy Hot's, but he wasn't sure if that was because Natsuo hadn't really trained it to the point of his younger brother or if he just wasn't as powerful. That be yesterday. Natsuo snarled, the ice cracking slightly as he jumped to his feet. I knew he did something. I told you. I said Tuya wouldn't just leave us. Stop Dash. No. I'm tired of hiding it because you want to play the perfect family. He deserves what's coming to him. I don't blame Tuya for going after him. Did you see that fight? Did you see him? There's only one effing reason he would look like that. Natsuo. Don't. Fuyumi cried, reaching out wildly toward her brother's arm. Please. He's doing so much better. That doesn't make up for what he did. Not to Tuya or Xiaotou. But Dash. Please take a seat, Nezu spoke, his voice calm but his eyes hard as he looked at the siblings. We will talk about this calmly. Am I correct in assuming you are speaking about your father? That BS, Natsuo snarled as he threw himself into the chair. He has no right to call himself our father. He acted like Fuyumi and I didn't exist because we didn't inherit his quirk. He pushed Tuya to use his fire even though it hurt him, and he forced Xiaotou into training as soon as he showed that he had both fire and ice. He bought our mother from her family just so he could produce the perfect heir and beat All Might. Then he treated her so horribly that her mind completely broke and she attacked Xiaotou. Tuya tried to stop him from hurting Xiaotou and then he disappeared. I told you he did something to him. Stop, just stop. Fuyumi cried out. He's been doing so much better since the fight. Stop protecting him. He doesn't deserve it. Natsuo yelled, causing his sister to cower and place a shaking hand over her mouth. You're a goddamn teacher, Fuyumi. Would you overlook it if it was one of your students? Why is it different for Xiaotou? Fuyumi let out a loud sob at the question, but Natsuo's eyes didn't soften. I left that DMN house as soon as I turned 18. I hated it and I hated that I left Xiaotou there, but I couldn't protect him. None of us could. That's why I was so happy when I learned about the dorms. Xiaotou was kept sheltered in the house. He wasn't allowed to go to school, he wasn't allowed to have any friends, hell, he wasn't even allowed to play with us. We had to sneak into his room at night to help him after our dear father was done with him. Yue is the best thing that happened to that kid. I don't blame Tuya for doing what he's done. He's a murderer. Fuyumi yelled. I don't care. Enough, Aizawa snapped. Bakugu glanced at his teacher, not surprised at all to see the dark look on his face. He turned toward Bakugu. Darby said he would contact you, correct? Yeah, Bakugu responded as his mind whirled with the information he had just been given. He knew something was wrong in that effing house and now so many things made sense. It had always seemed as if Todoroki had no effing clue how the world worked, and now, it seemed as if he really didn't. From what Natsuo said, he had never really been out of the house. No wonder he was so effing awkward. Fine. Not much for us to do but wait until he does. Go back to the dorms and make sure your classmates didn't kill the brats. Bakugu snarled but pushed himself away from the table. From the way Aizawa and Nezu were looking at the Todorokis, they were in for a long discussion and there was no way he trusted those idiots to watch Icy Hot or Deku for more than an hour. All right. But I'm giving the picture to half and half. He snapped up the picture before anyone could protest and stomped back toward the dorms. Bakugu didn't know what he was supposed to do. Deku had never flat out ignored him before. Even when Bakugu was a complete a-hole, even when he said things that any sane person wouldn't say, Deku had never acted as if he wasn't there. He had resumed his usual duties of watching him and Todoroki during class while Auntie was at work, but there was always someone with them. Usually, it was Kirishima. While Icy Hot acted like his usual self, though maybe a bit clingier, Deku would go to Kirishima whenever he needed something. It was really starting to piss Bakugu off. Die! Bakugu screamed as he instigated his last attack. Kaminari's eyes widened as panic as he jumped to the side, hiding behind a large stone in the training area. Bakugu! Aizawa snapped. Whoa, man! Kirishima winced as he looked at the large hole in the ground where Kaminari had been standing. Bit harsh. His fine, shitty hair. Yeah, I think I'm done. Kaminari piped in, eyes wide as he shook his head. I don't feel like dying today. Pikachu dash. Alright, we're done. Aizawa cut in, his eyes boring holes into the side of Bakugu's face. Take a walk, Bakugu. What the F? Kirishima. On it, Shitty Hair smiled, throwing his arm over Bakugu's shoulders and leading him into the locker room. Bakugu snarled and pulled out of the hold, moving toward his locker and pulling out his uniform. He changed quickly and slammed his locker shut. Don't leave yet. Bakugu. What? He snarled, turning on the other boy angrily. Kirishima merely raised an eyebrow. Oh, how he wished for the days when Kirishima was afraid of him. They stared at each other, Bakugu daring Kirishima to say something, but the redhead just shrugged his large shoulders. We're going to talk. No. Yep, he retorted, grabbing onto Bakugu's arm and pulling him out of the training area and toward the dorms. We made a deal in first year, remember? If things get to be bad enough that you start to hurt people without realizing it, we get to talk. Bakugu scowled but swallowed back his protests. It was a deal they had agreed to after Kamino Ward. After Bakugu's nightmares had left him angry and tired, after he had almost seriously injured Ashido in a training exercise. Kirishima had pulled him into his room and basically talked at him until Bakugo told him about the nightmares. After he did so, Bakugo was surprised at the fact that he actually felt better. So, Kirishima had made him promise that if something was bothering him to the point that he was a danger to someone else, he would talk about the issue. It had only happened once since that day. Apparently, this was going to be number 2. Bakugo snarled as he fell onto his bed in the dorms, not even looking over at Kirishima. The redhead sat on the floor, his back pressed against the wall as he looked at his best friend. Bakugo sighed deeply, not knowing how to explain what was going on in his head. Luckily for him, Kirishima did. "You're upset about Midoriya, aren't you?" Bakugo snarled and jumped to his feet. "Why would that dash? Bakugo?" The serious tone had the blonde freeze momentarily before he sighed and sat back on the bed. "You're upset because Midoriya is mad at you. Or scared of you." Bakugo let out a rush of air. "Deku has never been scared of me. This is such bullshit." "But he is. Right now, he's afraid of you. He has all of these memories hitting him at one time and whatever it is he's seeing has him afraid to be near you," Kirishima said bluntly, his red eyes taking in each and every movement Bakugo made. "He's reliving all of the things you did. All of the things you said dash." "I know," Bakugo yelled, small explosions going off in his palms. "I just want all of this to be over and everything to go back to normal." "And what's normal, Bakugo?" came the next question. "Deku. Deku being here and not being..." Bakugo blinked as realization slammed into him. He was upset because Deku was ignoring him. He was upset because they were in this situation in the first place. He wanted Deku to go back to the way he was before, when he was always there, always standing beside him. When he knew that he could rely on the other no matter what happened. Holy shit! Kirishima's eyes brightened in amusement. He gets it. I have to say, dude, we've been wondering if you would ever figure it out. For a smart guy, you're kind of an idiot. What the F did you just say? Bakugo was still stunned by the realization and barely glanced toward Kirishima when his phone rang. He grabbed it instantly, ready to tell the person on the other line to F off, when he saw the number. "Shit," he hissed. "Shitty hair, get Aizawa. WH-. Now." Kirishima took off running and Bakugo swallowed before answering the call. "What?" "I want to see the kid." "What?" he snarled into the phone. "How the hell do you expect me to do that?" "I don't care," came the drawl that was growing more familiar, much to Bakugo's displeasure. "Bring him to me if you want them returned to normal." "You BSTRD. Yeah. 7 tonight, just you and the kid. If I see any heroes, I'm leaving. Address is..." He relayed an address quickly and Bakugo scrambled for a pen. He had a good memory but there was no way he was going to risk effing this up. Not if there was a chance that Darby had figured out how to return Deku and Icy Hot to normal. "Remember? Just you and the kid." Bakugo was still snarling when Aizawa and Kirishima ran into the room, his phone lying broken at his feet. "Absolutely not." "Oh, come on." Bakugo grunted, glaring at his teacher from where he sat, once again, in the conference room. "Tuya wouldn't hurt Shouto," Natsuo said firmly. "Tuya wouldn't," Fuyumi agreed hesitantly, "but, Darby..." She didn't finish the sentence as Natsuo turned to her, enraged. Instead, she averted her gaze and looked at the table. "I'm going," Bakugo told his teacher and principal firmly. He didn't hurt them when he had the chance and it's obvious that he wants to help. He did not hesitate to hurt Todoroki when he was his correct age, Nezu commented. If he did in fact find a way to reverse the quirk, he could then bring both of you to the league. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Like I would let that happen. And he's never actually done anything to half and half. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Darby is dangerous, which you know firsthand. We cannot just allow 2 of our students to walk into something that is obviously a trap. He wouldn't hurt Shouto. They all paused in their argument as the conference room door slowly opened. "I'm going to see Tuya," Shouto asserted, standing with his hands on his hips and his jaw jutted out stubbornly. Bakugo barked out a laugh at the image while Fuyumi hurried toward her little brother's side. "Shouto, this is a discussion for Big Dash." "I am big," he protested, dodging away as Fuyumi tried to take hold of him. He ran around the table and clasped onto Bakugo's shirt. "I'm going with you." Bakugo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Aizawa. "So?" The man just sighed. "Fine. But we're coming up with a plan." "Keep close, brat," Bakugo said as he led the boy through a part of town he never would have taken the kid under any other circumstances. His eyes shifted around him cautiously, knowing full well that this could be a trap and they could be attacked at any moment. He meant what he said to Aizawa and Nezu. He did think that Dabi wanted to help Isihot. The only issue is what would happen after he did so. Bakugo didn't give a f-dash. If the villain had found a way to help his younger brother, that meant he had a way to help Deku. And he would do whatever it took to get Deku back the way he was before this mess started. They finally made it to the address that Dabi had given him and Bakugo had to roll his eyes at how cliché it was to meet in an abandoned warehouse. "Keep beside me," he muttered toward the young boy. Todoroki nodded and gripped the back of Bakugo's t-shirt. Bakugo pulled the door open and stepped inside, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness before fully stepping inside. They were a few minutes early and it looked like Dabi had yet to arrive. He scowled and moved himself and Todoroki off to the right, close enough so that he could see the door but so his back wasn't exposed. It took only a couple of minutes for the door to open again and the familiar figure to slip inside. "Look who's good at following directions," Dabi chuckled. "Tuia!" Todoroki gasped, once again proving that he did have some training as he dodged around Bakugo and ran toward his brother. "Oi!" Bakugo snapped angrily. Dabi merely raised a pierced eyebrow as he looked down at his younger brother, who had wrapped his arms around his waist. "Cute," the man squealed. "What the F?" Mocking laughter seemed to ring throughout the warehouse as it bounced off the walls. Bakugo's palms lit as he tried to find the source of the noise. "Toga, you really are horrible at this," Shigaraki mocked as he stepped into view, that disgusting hand mask on his face. "But it all worked out in the end. We have them." Bakugo's eyes flickered around the warehouse as more and more villains stepped into view. Many of them he knew, but there were just as many he had never seen. "No! Where's Tuia?" Todoroki screamed and Bakugo's head snapped around to see Dabi's form melt away to reveal the crazy but blonde chick. "Tuia! I'm afraid your brother is somewhat indisposed at the moment," the lizard man said. Bakugo launched himself toward Shigaraki but the creep merely laughed as he shifted to the side. "Oh, none of that," he rasped. "You don't want to hurt the brats, do you?" "What the F? Kaken!" Bakugo's entire body seemed to fill with a sense of horror at the terrified voice screaming his name. He turned slowly, praying to whoever the F was listening that this was some type of trick and he wasn't actually there, but the prayer went unheard. "Deku," he murmured as he met a pair of terrified green eyes. "Oh, it worked out just perfectly." Shigaraki gloated as he walked toward the entrance where Toga was holding Todoroki with a knife against his neck and Compress had his own hand around Deku's throat. "Our little informant knew you would come if it got to help your little friend," he said, his hand resting on the top of Deku's head. Bakugo's mouth went dry as he watched, keeping an eye on the little finger that Shigaraki was holding up. If he lowered it... Wait, what the hell had he just said? "And they knew that Izuku would come too." Toga chimed in, the crazy grin flashing across her face. She bit her lip and looked toward the green-haired boy. "Hi, Izuku. You're cute even when you're little. I want to taste." "Back the F off!" Bakugo yelled. "Ooh, that's not nice," Toga whined. "Shig! Don't call me that," Shigaraki snarled. He looked at the other villains. "Get rid of him. We got what we came for." Bakugo snarled as the villains attacked. He didn't hold back, using his explosions against anyone that came too close as he fought toward Deku and half. Shigaraki's hand began to dig into the side of his neck as he watched the fight. So annoying, he looked at Compress. "Let's go. Let them go." Bakugo yelled as Todoroki and Deku were morphed into two marbles. He let off a big explosion, flying over the villains' heads and reaching toward the a-hole that thought he could take Deku away from him. And then he screamed as something slammed into the back of his head. He fell to the ground, fighting the blackness that tried to take him under, but his vision swam in front of him, his body wouldn't move, and all he could think of though was the kids' terrified faces as he fell into unconsciousness. Bakugu! Bagu, wake up! Bakugu growled at Shitty Hair's voice, wondering why the hell the other man was in his demon room. Shitty H- he forced his eyes open and then instantly closed them when his head exploded with pain. What the hell? And then he began to remember. Todoroki, Dabi, Toga, Shigaraki, Deku. Where are they? He demanded, sitting up and blinking frantically when black spots began to swim in front of his eyes. Kirishima just shook his head solemnly and grabbed Bakugu's arm, helping him to his feet. They were gone by the time we got here. Bakugu tore out of his grip and looked around frantically, seeing some of the villains he took out while trying to get to the kids were being taken into custody. His entire class was there, along with many of the pro-heroes. Why are you here? What the hell happened? Bakugu! Aizawa snapped, shaking his head. Come with me. But Bakugu wasn't finished. He stumbled toward one of the villains and grabbed him by the collar, ignoring the cry from the police officer and his classmates that were trying to pull him away. Where the hell are they? I don't know. Effing dash, he raised his hand, explosion ready, but his quirk was quickly extinguished. Oi! Now! Aizawa demanded, his red eyes peering at the enraged boy. Bakugu growled as he dropped the villain to the floor and stormed toward Aizawa, who led them into the far corner. What happened? What happened? What the F do you mean, what happened? Where the hell were the heroes that were supposed to be behind us? What happened to the effing plan? And why the F was Deku here? Enough! Aizawa snapped. I'll explain all of that, but first we need to know what happened to you so we can find Midoriya and Todoroki. Bakugu's rage didn't decrease, not at all, but he snarled out how Dabi was actually Toga in disguise, how the League was waiting for them, and how the boys were taken. No, he didn't know who hit him. No, he hadn't seen where they had gone. But they said their informant dash. Informant? Aizawa snapped, his eyes hardening instantly. Did they say who? Just an informant, he retorted. Now what the hell happened? Aizawa scared in a deep breath. Almost as soon as you left with Todoroki, the tracker we placed on the two of you broke. We still had people on the ground following you, but a large Nemu attack uptown had most of the pro-heroes scrambling to protect the city. It was obviously a diversion, so the party was split. At that point, we had lost track of you, but we knew where you were heading, so we moved toward you, but then we stumbled across Dabi. What? Bakugu snarled. He attacked you? No, Aizawa sighed. He's currently being seen by Recovery Girl. Looks like the League wasn't very happy with him, though I have no idea why they didn't just kill him. Maybe they tried and he got away. We'll know more when he wakes up. Bakugu's mind was reeling, but he was too worried that the League was in possession of two kids to think too much about Dabi. And? Doesn't explain why they held dash. Another Nemu, Aizawa said bluntly. As for Midoriya, after we left, your classmates realized that Midoriya was missing. Apparently, he somehow managed to sneak out and follow you. So a 6-year-old followed me when a team of pro-heroes couldn't. Bakugu retorted sarcastically. That doesn't make any effing sense. I know, Aizawa grimaced. Though Midoriya does seem to have an uncanny ability to find you wherever you go. The only thing Bakugu could do was snarl in response. Bakugu and his classmates were brought back to the school and Aizawa quickly ushered Bakugu to Recovery Girl's office. Bakugu didn't say anything as he went, knowing that he had some sort of concussion and he needed it healed so he could properly think and figure out how the hell to get Deku back. And half. He stepped into the room and paused. Dabi was sitting up on one of the beds, obviously awake, with a quirk inhibitor on his wrist that had a chain tied to the bed. In the chair beside the bed was a crying Fuyumi and Natsuo, who had his head buried in his hands. Auntie Inko was also there, her arms wrapped around herself and tears running down her face. Bakugu felt his heart shudder in his chest when he saw her. He had failed. He had caused her son to get kidnapped. Had caused him more pain. It seemed that was all he was able to do. As the door closed behind him, each person glanced up. Fuyumi and Inko both stood, Nastuo frowned, and Darby. Darby growled and tore himself out of the bed, reaching for Bakugu's throat. "What the hell did you do?" he snarled as he pulled against the chain. "Tuia! Stop! Where the hell is my brother?" "Katsuki! Back off," Aizawa stated firmly, sliding in between the two. Bakugu hadn't even been aware that his teacher had followed him. "Nice to see you're awake. I have some questions for you." "Get the F out of my way, Eraser. Where the hell is Shouto?" Bakugu's chest tightened at the question and he turned, pushing the door open once more and moving out of the room quickly. "Katsuki! Come back! Bakugu! Hey, wait dash!" He ran. His head was pounding, he was sure he was going to puke, and his vision was going dark, but he didn't effing care. He didn't want to see the Todoroki family. Didn't want to see Auntie. It had been his idea to go to the warehouse, even though he knew there was a chance it was a trap. He had been the one to fail and the boys were suffering because of it. He didn't even want to think about what Shigaraki or that blonde beach could be doing to them right at this moment. He wanted to know what the hell had happened. The freak had said they had an informant. Now that Bakugu was actually thinking about it, many things since his first year seemed to have been leaked to the league. USJ. The training camp. Many of his classmates' schedules and internship information. Hell, even Todoroki and Deku's rounds. Someone was leaking information to the league. Somehow, Deku had gotten out of the dorms, past security, and followed him to the warehouse. He was 6. He had to have had help. Everything that had happened revolved around his class. Which meant, Bakugu threw open the door to the dorms and stomped inside, ignoring the questions that were thrown at him. They were all there, all of them in the common area of the dorms, all asking him what was going on or what had happened. He paused as he started walking up the stairs. "When I find out who the F you are, I'm going to effing kill you." Bakugu's jaw clenched as he rubbed Auntie's back, trying to ignore the way his own eyes were burning and the fact that his shirt was, once again, soaking wet. After Recovery Girl had shown up at his dorm room, very angrily, he might add, Auntie had sat with him, wringing her hands together until the ex-hero left. And then the dam broke. "I just don't understand," she sobbed, repeating the words she had been saying throughout the night. "He was right there. He wanted to know where you were, where Shouto was, but I told him the two of you had to go out for a couple of hours to meet Shouto's brother. He was fine. And then I made dinner and he was gone." Bakugu's arms tensed. Yeah, he effing knew that. From what he had been able to piece together, Deku had been in the apartment with Auntie and their classmates, all of their classmates. Then she went to make dinner and Izuku had disappeared. None of the morons had even noticed that he was gone because they were having a effing study session or some shit and they couldn't see him from where they were sitting. He had been watching that DM All Might video and sitting on the couch. So what the F happened? Bakugu had some ideas, but he didn't know if any of them were even close to being right. He would know after he talked to Deku. Because he was going to get Deku back and then he was going to raise hell. But that was hard to do when he couldn't get Auntie to leave his side. After what seemed like hours, Inko finally cried herself into an uncomfortable sleep and Bakugu snuck into the main room of the apartment. He closed his eyes and scared in a deep breath, growling to himself as he dialed a familiar number. "Brat? It's late. I need you to come to the school," he stated bluntly. Deku and half were taken by the villains. There was a pause. Bakugu could picture the scene. His mother, already irritated from being woken up, blinking as she tried to understand the words he had just said. Then there would be the blazing eyes and furious snarl once they finally did. "What the F dash? I thought you said that they were kids from some stupid dash." "Yeah, they were," Bakugu snapped back. Auntie's a effing mess and I can't do anything if I'm her effing pillow dash." "Yeah, I got it. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Kid? Get some sleep." He let out a sigh of relief as he ends the call and sinks down onto the couch. He was effing exhausted. First there was the fight and the emotional sheet, then recovery girl's quirk, then auntie. He needed to effing sleep, but he didn't think he would be able to. He kept thinking about his own time with the villains and wondered what the Shigaraki was planning on doing with a couple of kids. And now that Darby was here, which he still knew nothing about, there was no one there to even try to protect them. He should have known something was wrong. He did know something was wrong. He just thought he could handle it because nothing was more important than getting Deku and Icyhot back to the way they were supposed to be. He didn't even entertain the thought that it could end up like this. He shook his head and thought back on Shigaraki's words. The little informant. The USJ. He had thought that the villains had got the schedule when the reporters broke into UA, but maybe there was more to it than that. There was the training camp, the one that no one was supposed to be aware of. The one Aizawa had said even the teachers didn't know the exact location of. And yet the villains had shown up there, too. Looking for him. But there were more instances, training schedules. Route times. Things that were supposed to be kept confidential. Things that were changed on a regular basis to keep people from figuring it out. Yet the villains had always known. So who the F was it? By the end of the night, Bakugo had managed to get absolutely no sleep and his head was pounding with the effort he had put into making sure that was the case. He couldn't sleep, not until he heard from Aizawa about the hero team that had been sent out. Not until he knew that something was happening. So, when he opened the door to his mother early the next morning, the woman pursed her lips as she scanned him from head to toe. Well, look who isn't taking care of himself. Again. Hag, he snarled softly, not wanting to wake Auntie. She had woken multiple times over the night, each time crying herself to sleep when it was clear that it hadn't been a horrible dream and Bakugo didn't have any good news to give her. His mother reached out and gently swatted him on the back of the head. Did you eat? He shook his head and she sighed. Yeah, figured. I got breakfast. She held up the bag in her hands. Eat something and sleep, you hear me? I'll be with Inko. She pulled out a smaller bag, most likely containing food for Auntie, and disappeared into the bedroom, closing the door firmly behind her. Bakugo sneered but pulled out the food. He took one bite before the guilt rushed through him. Had Deku and half been fed? Were they hungry? Here he was, eating and complaining that he was tired when he had no effing clue what those two were going through. Effing disgusting. What type of hero was he? He pushed the food away and threw himself back onto the couch, going through the notes he had been writing. When it became clear that his thoughts weren't exactly up to their usual standard, he started writing sheet down so he could go over it and see if it actually made logical sense or if they were just a bunch of ramblings. Most of it was sheet. He wasn't even effing sure how he reached some of the conclusions he did. He was going to have to start the F over. It was mid-morning before his mother emerged again and she scowled when she saw him. You brat, she snapped, her eyes lingering on the food still sitting on the table. Starving yourself or working yourself into exhaustion isn't going to help anyone, much less those kids. I know. The F you do. She stomped toward the table and grabbed the food, tossing it in the trash, before pulling open the refrigerator. Eat, she said, throwing an apple at his head. He ducked. Watch it. You were supposed to catch it. Bakugo scowled but bent down, picking the apple up off the floor. His lips twisted in disgust as he wiped it off on his clothes, which were probably no cleaner than the floor at this point, and took a pointed bite. Happy? His mother rolled her eyes and sank down beside him on the couch. What's all this? Nothing. Right, like I'd believe that, she muttered, picking up the nearest piece of paper and scanning it. Bakugo ripped it from her hand, weighted it up, and threw it in the trash can. Effing, I'm going to ask you a question and I want a truthful answer. Got it? He clenched his jaw but nodded. He and his mother antagonized each other on a regular basis, but he knew better than to PSS her off or lie when she used that tone. How do you feel? Right at this moment? Bakugo gaped. How did he feel? Was she effing kidding him? How the F did she think he felt? Like a effing knife is sticking out of my chest. Like I can't effing breath. Like I'm going to burn this effing city to the ground if I have to in order to get dash. He cut himself off, not wanting the words to be said. Not now. Not to her. But he hadn't needed to say them. Based on her expression, she already knew. Did you know that I visited Izuku when he was in the hospital your first year? After the summer camp. Bakugu's eyes narrowed at the mention of that camp, and the mention of Deku in that DMN hospital. No, I don't effing remember that. Well, I did, she told him lowly, her red eyes peering intensely into his. You know what's interesting? When I asked him how he was, I got the same answer you just gave me. Minus the burning the city part. She reached out, running her hand through Bakugu's hair. He didn't pull back, too shocked to even think of avoiding it. Maybe you should think a bit about what that means. Darby stared forward, keeping his eyes trained on the far wall, as not to look toward his brother or sister as they continued to talk. Natsuo seemed to want to cover the last effing 10 years, telling him each and everything that had happened in his life, while Fuyumi was trying to lecture him. Every few minutes, they would grow annoyed with one another and squabble a bit before turning their attention to him once again. It was effing ridiculous. Almost like those days he was trapped in a room with Toga and Twice. Made his head spin and just put him in a really bad mood. Enough, Eraser sighs and both of their mouths snap shut. Despite the situation, Darby felt his lips twitch. Effing hell, trust Eraserhead to be able to do with one word what their father had been trying to do their entire lives. Explain, the man then said, turning his attention toward Darby. In a normal situation, he wouldn't have said a DMN word. But this wasn't a normal situation. Knew the boss was mad at me. Thought it was just because I let the new bint bleed out in the alley. No clue he knew about Shoto and the green bean. Got distracted and found myself tied up. Some demands, some torture. He looked down at his arm which had once held scarred skin. Now, you could see the effing muscle. His back was just as bad. Shigaraki hadn't liked the fact that Darby refused to tell him why he had taken the kids to UA. He should have known that the leak in the school would have told him about the kids. He must have been more freaked out than he had thought. He was usually too paranoid to make such a stupid mistake. Got my phone. Called the brat with anger issues. I pretended to pass out and they left. Idiots didn't think to put a dampener on me. Waited until they were gone and tried to get myself to the warehouse. Ran into you instead. That's all I got. Do you have any idea where they are? Darby snorted and sent him an incredulous look. You stupid? No way they're going back to the hideout. Especially with me not there. No thoughts at all? No other properties you know of? You all really know nothing about the boss, do you? Aizawa's jaw clenched. I'm not here to play games with you, Darby. I want those kids back. Darby snarled and saw Fuyumi flinch out of the corner of his mind. Think I don't? I brought Shoto here so you could keep him away from the league, not so you could hand him over. What about the woman? Did you find out anything about her quirk? How to reverse it? He laughed. He couldn't help it. That DMN woman. He should have killed her the second she stepped foot inside their hideout. Look at the effing mess she had caused. There isn't one. Just have to wait for them to age. Grow a year each week. Eraser nodded. Yeah, it wasn't a shock. They had pretty much figured that out based on the last few weeks. He had wasted his time trying to find the beach and for what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, what happens now? Natsuo asked. Darby glared at him from the corner of his eye but his brother flat out ignored him. Effing rude. I mean, are you going to? Is Tuia being arrested? Fuyumi cut in. Darby snarled at the name and whipped his head around to glare but his sister just met his gaze head on. I refuse to call you that. If you don't want to be called Tuia, pick something else. I did. For the moment, Aizawa cut in before the fight could start. He will be staying here under 24-hour watch. The dampener will remain but we might need him or whatever information he holds, so we cannot allow him to go into police custody just yet. At least until we get Midoriya and Todoroki back. Darby scowled at the insinuation that he was holding back information. Well, he was, but not information about Shoto. If he knew anything that could get him back, he would have effing mentioned it. I don't really give a f what you plan to do with me, he ground out, meeting Eraserhead's eyes and giving his most sadistic grin. But if you think I'm leaving here before Shoto is found, you got another thing coming. It had been a goddamn week and they were no closer to figuring out where the hell Deku and Half were. Aizawa told him daily that they had every underground hero searching for the boys or any information. All Might had reached out to each of his contacts, Hawks was using his own recourses, and Nedzu had pro-heroes streaming in and out of his office. At first, Bakugo had been furious to know the former number 2 hero was working with them. After his stint of being undercover with the League, a fact that Bakugo still didn't completely buy, Hawks had fallen in the ranks. He had given the pros and the Hero Commission information on the League and their hideout, but when the task force had gone after them, they had all been gone. There were whispers that Hawks had gotten in too deep with the League and had actually told them to flee before the other heroes arrived. Bakugo didn't know what the F the bird had done and he didn't really care. Hawks had fallen in the ranks when the news had been released, especially when it was clear the League didn't make a move against him. Many thought the reason he hadn't been killed for his betrayal was because he had assisted the League and was still assisting them. Bakugo didn't effing care what the hell the extras thought. He just knew that Hawks had been the only pro to get close to the League and he was most likely the only one that could figure out where the hell they were keeping the kids. Though it had been interesting to see him come face to face with Darby. Bakugo wasn't sure if the two had been going to kill each other or fall into a effing bed somewhere before Aizawa stepped between them. The entire class asked for updates on their missing friends, but they never asked Bakugo. They had tried to speak to him after his explosion when he returned from Recovery Girl that first day, but he snapped at anyone that came close. He didn't know who to effing trust now that he knew there was someone feeding the League information and he wasn't going to risk the League hurting the kids because he let something slip. No doubt the person had already told the handfucker that Darby was at UA. Hell, they might have even told him that Hawks was helping with the investigation as well. Who the F knows what that psycho was going to do with that information? Bakugo stayed in his seat as the idiots around him stood and made their way toward the door, many of them throwing him glances as they disappeared down the hall. Aizawa glanced at him and sighed. No new information. That's bullshit. Bakugo snarled, slamming his hands down on the desk. All those heroes out there looking, someone has to have heard something. It's been a effing week. Aizawa sighed and closed his eyes. We've been looking for their hideout for years, Bakugo. Though we now know for sure that they have moved locations, I'm sure their current whereabouts are just as discreet. Even Darby does not know where they could be. We have every hero looking for them, every undercover police officer is listening, and there is an entire task force dedicated to finding them. We are doing all we dash. I don't effing care. Bakugo snapped, small explosions going off in his palms. I can't just sit here and wait for dash. There is a reason you and your classmates have been kept away from this case, Aizawa responded lowly. You are all too close. As soon as we have any information dash. This is such bullshit dash. Aizawa, Hawk said, stepping into the classroom and cutting off Bakugo's screech. The golden eyes flickered to Bakugo for a moment before landing on the suddenly alert teacher. We found them. Aizawa moved quickly, following Hawks down the hall toward the conference room. Bakugo ran after them, not giving them the option of keeping him out of whatever was getting ready to happen. Aizawa turned toward him as Hawks disappeared into the conference room and Bakugo met his eyes challengingly. The man's own eyes narrowed in response for just a moment before he let out a sigh and stepped to the side, allowing Bakugo to slip into the room before he did so himself. The room was filled with pro-heroes and not one of them seemed surprised to see Bakugo standing there. We heard back from one of the underground heroes an hour ago, Nedzu said calmly, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Bakugo had the sudden urge to smack the DMN thing out of his hand, but he held himself back. That was a good way to get himself kicked out of this meeting and left behind. We will split into 3 teams. One will approach the building from the east, the other from the west. The third team, which will consist of Aizawa, Midnight, 13, and Bakugo will focus on infiltrating the location and retrieving Midoriya and Todoroki. Bakugo blinked but felt triumph well in his chest at the words. Aizawa had crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Nedzu with disapproval, but Bakugo knew why the principal had included him. The rat was nothing but intelligent and he knew that there was no way Bakugo would sit this out. Go change, Aizawa said lowly from beside him. Be back here in 10 minutes. Bakugo didn't waste any time. He ran down the hall and into the training areas where his hero costume was kept and changed quickly. He wasn't going to give Aizawa the option to leave him behind. Not now. Not when he had a chance to fix what he had effed up and get Deku back. And half. He had no idea what condition he was going to find the kids in. The thought of what could have happened to them the past week had kept him up each night and had made him nauseous more than once. He needed to get them out of there. He had to be there when they were rescued, the same way they had been there when he needed them. Not that he would ever admit it. Aizawa was waiting for him outside the conference room when he returned. As soon as Bakugo was within hearing distance, his teacher fixed him with a harsh gaze. "I am agreeing to let you come, but there are conditions." Bakugo scowled and began to respond, but Aizawa's eyes flashed red as his quirk activated in a warning. Bakugo snapped his mouth shut. "You will listen to what I say. You will not argue. Your initiative is to find Midoriya and Todoroki and get them out of the building and to safety. If we are attacked, you will fight to defend yourself and get to the boys. If that means leaving myself, Midnight, or 13, you will do so. Do I make myself clear?" Bakugo wanted to argue but he also didn't. For the first time, he wasn't thinking about fighting the villains or proving himself. Instead, he just wanted to get in and make sure the two idiots were safe. "Fine." Aizawa's brows furrowed, most likely worried about his easy acceptance, but the moment quickly passed and he motioned for Bakugo to follow him out. Things happened quickly after that. The other two teams attacked and Bakugo's team infiltrated the building in the confusion. They moved quickly and stealthily, navigating the various hallways and trying to find any trace of the two children. Bakugo's heart was pounding frantically as more and more empty space was revealed. What if they weren't here at all? What if the League had placed them somewhere else? What if they wouldn't be found at all? What if there was nothing left to find? The thought had barely brushed against his mind before Bakugo firmly pushed it to the side and concentrated on moving down the hall. A loud growl made all four of them freeze. The growling grew louder and louder, and then Bakugo flew to the floor as the wall beside him came crashing down. He yelled and shot off an explosion at the attacker, but the Nemu didn't even wince as it flew toward them, slamming into Midnight. "Go!" Aizawa yelled as he ran forward to help his friend. Bakugo shot off another explosion, causing the Nemu to drop the struggling woman, then ran past them, Aizawa and 13 moving to stop the Nemu from following after him. "Dimming it all to hell." Bakugo snarled as he continued to run and check the various rooms. Where the hell are you?" "Kaken." Bakugo's heart pounded frantically and his head snapped to the side as he heard the familiar voice. "Deku," he yelled again. He headed toward the voice that was still yelling his name and found himself at a stairway. Running down the stairs, he came into a large room with some sort of monitoring equipment. There were computers, medical supplies, and other things Bakugo didn't recognize and probably didn't want to recognize. And against the far side was a cell. A cell that held two small, dirty, and injured boys. Bakugo cursed as he ran forward. Without a thought, he used his explosions to break the cell open and found himself holding onto the two shaking boys. Deku cried as he pressed his face against Bakugo's neck and Todoroki was shaking frantically against his right side. "Hey, I gotta get you two out of here. Can you both move?" Both boys nodded and Bakugo dropped his arms and turned back toward the stairs. "Stay behind me, got it?" He moved forward with determination, daring anyone to get in his way. Nothing was going to stop him from getting these two out of there. "They are fine," Recovery Girl told Bakugo with a tired sigh. Bakugo scowled at the old woman and crossed his arms over his chest. "Minor bruises and scrapes. They're both hungry and tired, but they are both in good condition." Bakugo scowled at the words, so reminiscent of those he had heard himself after getting kidnapped by the League a couple of years before. From experience, he knew that those minor bruises and scrapes wouldn't be the only issue. Getting taken away from those you care about and being locked up took a toll, and it wasn't just a physical one. DMN kids already had nightmares because of this DMN quirk. They didn't need to add this mess into it as well. "They aren't the only ones that need sleep," the old woman said pointedly, her eyes lingering on the dark circles that shadowed Bakugo's eyes. Midoriya is with his mother and All Might. Todoroki is with his family. They are both safe. A few hours of sleep will do you some good. Bakugu's scowl turned even more fierce at the reminder. While he wasn't exactly against Deku being with Auntie, he didn't like the fact that she had basically just said the same thing that Recovery Girl had. That he needed sleep and she would take care of her son. But when it came to Todoroki, "I don't like it," Bakugu muttered out loud, earning himself a loud snort from the woman that was bustling around her office. "That boy has proved that he won't hurt his brother," she chided him. And Todoroki surely didn't seem upset that his older brother was there. "That doesn't mean dash. If I remember correctly, Hawks has volunteered to supervise the family," Recovery Girl continued, ignoring the way Bakugu's voice had risen in protest. Yeah, that made Bakugu feel better. You could effing feel the SXL tension between Hawks and the villain, and it didn't exactly take a effing psychic to see where that was going. While he might agree that the former number 2 hero would probably do what he could to protect Icy Hot, Bakugu didn't trust him to do what had to be done if it came to the point where it was the kid or Dabi. He had protested the decision to leave them alone, loudly, but Aizawa had been firm. Not to mention the fact that Fuyumi and Natsuo had both told him that they would be fine and they wanted some family time. Effing idiots, what the hell was Hawks? Not effing family. Bakugu was more family than that bird-brained idiot. He had just managed to get Icy Hot and Deku back. Then they had been taken from him again. Letting out an aggravated growl, Bakugu stomped from Recovery Girl's office and slammed the door behind him. No doubt he would pay for that later. The DMN woman knew how to use that cane and Bakugu's legs were still bruised, but it would have been worse if he accidentally blew something up while he was still inside. He was halfway to the dorms when his eye caught a familiar form and he made a quick decision. Detouring off of his original path, Bakugu stalked up to his teacher and fixed him with a glower. Aizawa merely rose an unimpressed eyebrow. "Something to say, problem child?" Bakugu grunted at the familiar name. It was one he and Deku got often. "Why the F haven't any of you done something about this traitor?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed even further as he scouted the area around him. Bakugu rolled his eyes. He wouldn't have brought it up if there was anyone nearby. "This is not the place," Aizawa drawled. "But there have been no further developments on that front as there was the last time we spoke. Unless you have more pertinent information to give us." Bakugu crossed his arms over his chest and scowled. "So Dabi hasn't told you anything? Effing a-hole has to know something about it." Aizawa's eye twitched. "He has not been forthcoming with any information other than what would help us locate his brother. He might be more willing to help us now that Todoroki is back at the school." "That's such bullshit, Ash." However, Aizawa continued, his voice holding a note of danger that had Bakugu snapping his own mouth closed. "You are not going to be involved, Bakugu. This person is possibly your classmate and we do not know how involved they are with the League or what they would do to protect that secret. Leave it to us." "No effing dash. You might be able to protect yourself from them," Aizawa said, his tone mild but his eyes flashing, "but there are 3 people living in your dorms right now who are not. Or do you want someone to go after Midoriya-san because of your inability to leave the information alone? Or perhaps Todoroki? Midoriya? Effing fine." Bakugu ground his teeth together at the images that flashed through his mind. Of the ways his classmates could end up hurting Auntie, Deku, or Icy Hot. All of their quirks could be destructive and, without knowing who exactly it was that had been playing them this entire time. Too many things could go wrong. What if they had brought others into their deception as well? There was no denying that their class had grown close over the years, some closer than others, and if the person had been able to make some of their close friends understand why they were doing what they were doing, things could get very bad, very quickly. "I will speak to Dabi as soon as he is finished with his visit," Aizawa finally said, his voice softer than it had been only moments before. He must have seen the realization on Bakugu's face, and the furiousness at the thought of someone from inside coming after those he cared about. "But, at the moment, I think it best that you concentrate on keeping Todoroki and Midoriya safe. Most of the League was able to escape, again, and we know that Shigaraki wants those 2 boys. And with Dabi here Fucker might take it as a challenge," Bakugu finished, his blood boiling at the thought. If there was one thing they had learned over the years, it was that Shigaraki was a effing child when things didn't go to his plan. He tended to get irrational and do things that caused even more of an uproar, and, usually, a lot of death. Alright, I effing get it. Good. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Midoriya-san and Recovery Girl both told you to take a nap. I sure wouldn't want to be the one that has to tell them you ignored their orders. Like F you wouldn't. Yeah, fine, I'm going. Tuya dash. Stop calling me that, Darby snapped, his eyes narrowing on his sister. Fuyumi's own eyes hardened in return and Darby scowled at the scoff he heard from the person standing behind him. It was bad enough that Fuyumi and Natsuo clearly didn't care that he wanted the two of them to leave him the F alone, but to have Hawk see the way the two blatantly disregarded his wishes. Well, it really sessed him off. Despite the fact that he would love nothing more in that moment than to shoot some flames at the overgrown chicken, he wasn't going to risk it at the moment. Not with Shoto curled up in his lap. His glare fell as he glanced down at the small body. Shoto's head was pressed against Darby's chest, his hands grasping at Darby's t-shirt. Darby wasn't sure if his little brother was awake or if he had fallen asleep in the past 20 minutes, but there was no way he was going to do something to risk his brother's safety. His retribution could wait until they were alone. Tuya, Fuyumi said pointedly. Darby's teeth clenched together. He missed the way she and Natsuo had tried to make him happy only a week ago and caved to his wishes. The novelty of him being alive had apparently faded in the last 7 days. Has anyone said what is going to happen now that Shoto is safe? Should we hire someone? Darby scoffed. What, like a lawyer? Well dash. You're adorable if you think my case would actually make it to a courtroom. Fuyumi bit her lip at the sarcastic words and Natsuo rolled his eyes. Dude, whether you like it or not, you're a Todoroki. There's no way they could just make you disappear without us making a lot of noise. Seemed not to be a problem last time, Darby responded and wasn't sure if he felt satisfaction or guilt at the way both of his siblings flinched. Instead of dealing with whatever the hell it was he was feeling, or continuing the conversation, Darby once again looked at the small boy on his lap. Shoto had to have known what he had done at this point, at least some of it, but that hadn't stopped him from running straight to Darby as soon as he saw him in Recovery Girl's office. Shoto had clung to him, his small body shaking as silent tears fell down his face. Darby had reacted on instinct, dropping down to his knees and wrapping his arms around his brother as he tried to soothe him. He would admit that he had felt a kind of pleasure when Fuyumi and Natsuo tried to hug the kid and he had refused to let go of Darby. He hadn't been able to stop the smirk toward his sister and brother. Natsuo had merely rolled his eyes and muttered something about Tuya always being Shoto's favorite, but Fuyumi had pursed her lips in a way that was scarily reminiscent of their mother. Which hadn't exactly make Darby's heart soften toward her. Darby will be staying at UA, at least for now, Hawks suddenly spoke up. Darby's shoulders tensed at the familiar voice, a voice he had truly hoped to never hear again. After the way the man had used Darby to infiltrate the league, after he had made Darby trust him, after he had betrayed him, Darby had wanted nothing more than to hunt the bird down and burn him to ash. Unfortunately for him, Shigaraki had thought it was amusing to watch as the people turned on their once favorite hero, tearing him down from his prominent position. He said he would allow the bird to live because he had, in the end, chosen to alert the League to the upcoming raid on their hideout. It was a surprising and upsetting turn for their usual bloodthirsty leader. Darby was sure that it was a punishment specifically meant for him. Shigaraki was one of the few that had known just how close he had grown to the hero, and he had blamed Darby for getting too attached to the other man and giving him too much information. Allowing him to live when he knew that Darby wanted nothing more than to destroy the man that had managed to gain Darby's trust only to destroy it. Well, it was a lesson learned. Will he continue to stay with Aizawa-san? Darby saw Hawks shift uncomfortably from the corner of his eye. That would be up to Dash. That depends on Darby, Aizawa himself answered, stepping into the room and taking in the situation with tired eyes. His entire body seemed to relax as his eyes fell on Shoto. Darby turned his body slightly to shield his younger brother from the hero's gaze. You and I need to talk. Little busy, Darby responded. Will you three give us a moment? Aizawa questioned, his voice showing there was no way for the three in question to respond, despite the fact that it was phrased as a question. Natsuo was the first to move, giving Dabi a small smile as he did. Fuyumi sighed as she followed after their younger brother, still chewing on her lip uncertainly. Dabi rolled his eyes. He had thought she had broken that habit when they were children. Apparently, something had brought it back. Hawks was the last to go, and Dabi felt a flash of reluctant amusement at the way the man stared down Eraserhead. "I'll be right outside." "Noted," Aizawa drawled, rolling his eyes as the former number 2 hero slipped out the door. Dabi raised an eyebrow as Aizawa sank down on the seat Fuyumi had just vacated. Aizawa just fixed his eyes on Dabi, blinking slowly. "All right, so this was getting them nowhere. You gonna say something, or did you just want some alone time?" Dabi questioned sarcastically. He glanced down at the sleeping child in his lap. "Afraid this isn't the best time, but I'm sure we can dash." "Enough," Aizawa sighed, his eyes closing tiredly. "I'm here for information." Dabi snorted. "Does that actually work? You just tell people you want them to spill their guts and they just do it?" "Not usually," Aizawa said, his lips twisting up into a mocking smile. "But they usually don't have anything to hold on to." "You do." "Oh," he scoffed. Aizawa tilted his head and looked down at Shoto pointedly. Dabi's jaw clenched. "The boys are aging a year a week. That means they have 7 more weeks before they have returned to their correct ages. Midoriya-san has agreed to let you join them in their apartment, as long as you continue to wear the quirk dampener for the remainder of the quirk's effects. Once Todoroki and Midoriya are in the clear, we are prepared to offer you a plea deal." "Not inter dash. I would consider what we are offering before you answer." Aizawa cut him off, his eyes narrowing. "If we turn you over to the Hero Commission now, you know what will happen. You will quietly disappear, you will never see any of your family members again, nor will you see anyone else." His eyes shifted toward the closed door where Dabi knew Hawks was standing. "However, with the plea deal you will spend 2 years in a rehabilitation facility before being released into the direct supervision of a hero and serve 10 years probation. I will be clear in the fact that this deal is unheard of and will not be offered again." No, he didn't think it would. Of course it wouldn't, because it was completely insane. Do you have any idea of the things I've done? How many people I've killed? I attacked your students. What the hell are you thinking?" Aizawa's lips twitched. "We do expect something in return." "No sheet," Dabi retorted. No way in hell he would be getting a deal like that for nothing. No matter who his family was. Not that his dear father had made an appearance this past week. Dabi stared at the man, not sure what he wanted to say. Sure, the League had made it very, very clear that he was no longer welcome, but feeding the heroes information would put an even bigger target on his head. Not to mention that his feelings regarding heroes in general hadn't changed. Did he really want to work with them after all they had done? After what they had allowed his father to do? But he had no interest in being shipped off to the Hero Commission. "What do you want?" he finally asked. He could always just refuse to answer or feed incorrect information until he figured out how the hell he was going to get out of this sheet situation. "Someone has been feeding information to Shigaraki about the students and teachers at UA," Aizawa finally said, his eyes hard as they fixed on Dabi. "There is no other explanation for how the League knew the location of the training camp. I want to know who it is." Well, this should be interesting. Bakugo would love to know how his life turned into this freak's how. The past 3 weeks had been a effing roller coaster and he had no effing clue what to do or think. Somehow, that scarred a-hole had weaseled his way in and was now living in Auntie's apartment with Deku and Icy Hot, which meant that Bakugo had moved in as well because there was no way he was leaving that fucker alone with the 3 of them. On top of that, that DMN Hawks had begun to appear each night along with Fuyumi and Natsuo, which just ended in a effing disaster as Fuyumi tried to lecture her older brother, Natsuo attempted to change the subject and get Dabi interested in other subjects, and Hawks watched them in fascination before actually changing the subject to something Dabi turned his attention to. Then Dabi would realize what had happened and would instantly clamp his mouth shut, thank F. Bakugo didn't know what the hell had happened between Hawks and Dabi, but it was clear that Dabi wanted nothing to do with the hero and Hawks wasn't taking that lying down. It made Bakugo effing uncomfortable and he had to stop himself from blowing up whatever was close to him because of the effing tension. And they still had to deal with the memories that flooded into Deku and Icy Hot's minds each week. Icy Hot would go quiet and awkward before clinging to his brother. The two would disappear into the boys' room for a few hours before returning to the common area before the other Todoroki siblings showed up. Deku, well, things with Deku were up and down. He would cry, he would shift awkwardly and avoid Bakugo's eyes, or he would just sit and mutter to himself. It was after one of those days that Bakugo decided he had enough and he confronted the boy. It had ended with Bakugo awkwardly holding onto Deku as he cried against his chest. He had no effing clue how that happened. And then it was the night before what would be Izuku's 14th year and Bakugo knew there was no effing way he was going to be able to sleep. Not when he knew what Deku would be seeing that night. 14 had been a horrible time for everyone, but Bakugo had been particularly volatile during that year. There were many things he had said and done that he regretted, but there was one day in particular that he would have rather lost his quirk than let Deku relive. He growled low in his throat and sat up from where he had been laying on the futon in the common area. Darby was sleeping deeply across the room and Bakugo scowled at the sight. How the F was he able to sleep with all the shit he had done? Anger rose in his chest at the thought and Bakugo pushed himself up from the ground before sliding open the balcony door. He slipped out and sighed at the feeling of the cold air on his skin. He had no idea what was going to happen the next day, but he knew it wasn't going to be pretty. Deku would finally get an answer about his quirk, but he would also relive the sludge villain's attack as well as Bakugo's intense bullying. Deku had asked Bakugo only a few days ago about his quirk. Bakugo's classmates hadn't exactly been quiet about the things that Deku had done, and the green-haired boy was quick to catch the fact that many of those things wouldn't have been possible if he didn't have a quirk. Bakugo had merely told him that he would find out the truth soon, and his classmates all believed that Deku had got his quirk later in life. Deku's eyes had glazed over in that way they did whenever he was faced with an interesting puzzle before he nodded his head and didn't bring it up again. Icy Hot, on the other hand, had started to join them during training. Aizawa had him doing small exercises to help him train his quirk, things that he would have been able to do without thinking if he was his correct age, but they were all aware that he should have been having more trouble than he was. It was obvious that his training with his father was still in effect, which was only made clearer when the boy refused to train with his fire. Bakugo sighed and closed his eyes as he leaned against the railing. That was an issue they would have to deal with at some point, but he was tempted to just let it play out. No doubt that Icy Hot would remember his fight with Deku next week, and that was when he began to realize that the quirk was his and not his old man's. Katsuki? Is everything all right? Bakugo blinked and turned his head. Auntie? Why are you awake? Inko's eyebrows rose in surprise and a soft smile crossed her face. I'm always awake at this time. How long have you been out here? She asked, the smile falling as she peered at him worriedly. Oh dear, you didn't get any sleep, did you? I would say that you could get some sleep in my room, but today is, well, we know how the boys are after they wake on a memory day and I don't really want to leave them alone. Not that they would be alone, Tuia is here, but I'm sure he and Shouto will need some time together and I don't want Izuku to dash. I'm fine, Auntie, Bakugo said, cutting off the rambling woman and forcing himself to smile. The expression only made Inko look even more upset and he quickly let it fall. It was a long night, but I'll be fine. Inko's frown didn't disappear, but she nodded her head. All right. I'll make breakfast for all you boys, but I need to get to work early this morning. I hate that I won't be here when Izuku and Shouto wake up, but I couldn't get anyone to cover my shift. Call me if anything goes wrong. I will, Bakugo agreed. He had no intention in doing so, not on this day. He was sure that something would end up going wrong, there would be no way that it wouldn't, but he wasn't going to tell her that. He doubted she knew just how bad things had got between him and Deku during this time PRD of their lives, and he didn't want her here when Deku woke up. He thanked whoever was listening that she hadn't been able to find someone to switch shifts with her. He scared in a deep breath as Auntie walked back into the apartment. He shook his head when he saw the sun rising in the sky. He had been so distracted earlier that he hadn't even noticed that darkness receding. If Auntie was awake and already making breakfast for the day, that meant Darby was awake as well. Shoto would usually be awake at this time, but on a memory day, the boys woke later than usual as they acclimated to the large amount of memories invading their minds. Still, that meant that Deku would be awake soon. Trepidation flooded Bakugu's body and he shook his head. This was effing ridiculous. They had been through a lot of shit over the years and Deku had forgiven him once. There was no reason to think that he wouldn't to do again. Except Bakugu had never really understood the reason why Deku had forgiven him. Maybe that was why he was so worried. Yo! Bakugu's head snapped around at the voice. Dabi's eyebrow raised. Inko left and the kids are getting restless. Probably gonna wake up soon. Bakugu didn't bother to respond, instead pushing past the older man and stomping toward the bedroom. Dabi was right, both Deku and Isihot were turning restlessly in their sleep, a sure sign that they were getting ready to wake up. The younger Todoroki's eyes were the first to flicker open and he scared in a deep breath before sitting straight up. Shoto? Dabi asked quietly, causing the younger boy to tense momentarily before he leaned forward to rest his head against his older brother's stomach. Dabi blinked down at boy before running a hand through his hair. Bakugu turned his eyes away. It was effing weird seeing the villain so soft. Midoriya? Shoto's voice then floated toward him. Bakugu instantly turned toward the green-haired boy, only to see him staring at him in horror. Midoriya, what's wrong? I don't, Deku scared in a deep breath. You. Sheet. Deku, he started, bracing himself for what he was about to do. It was something he had never done before, not even after they had become friends. Something that was long overdue. I'm sorry. Deku's wide green eyes filled with tears and Bakugu clenched his hands into fists, not even wincing as his nails dug into his palms. He deserved whatever effing pain there was at that moment. Keiru, you told me to kill myself. What? Shoto yelped, his voice louder than it had been since he was young and begging for his older brother. Dabi turned on his heel, his mouth hanging open unattractively as he gaped at the two of them. Bakugu ignored them. He was glad Auntie wasn't here. I know. And you still came to help me later that day when I'm so effing sorry. Despite his apology, Deku barely spoke to him the rest of the week. Instead, he went back to avoiding being alone with Bakugu completely and spent whatever free time he had talking to Shoto or strength training. Bakugu couldn't blame him. After all, he wouldn't want to be around him either. Bakugu was jealous of the scarred BSTRD. He didn't like to admit it, he didn't want to admit it, but after their confrontation on the memory day, Deku had refused to leave the bedroom and has stayed in his bed with the blankets pulled up over his head. He had refused both breakfast and lunch, only spoke briefly to Isihot when he tried to comfort him, and wouldn't even look in Bakugu's direction when he brought him food. It was after Bakugu stomped out of the bedroom that Dabi had stood with a sigh and went into the bedroom himself, closing the door firmly behind him. Bakugu had attempted to go after him, not comfortable at all with the villain being alone with the green-haired teen, but Shoto had stood in front of the door and shook his head. He'll be fine, the dual-haired boy had said shortly when Bakugu tried to convince him to move. To Bakugu's chagrin, not only had Dabi managed to get Deku out of his bedroom, he had also become the boy's favorite person. Both Deku and Isihot were glued to the villain's side whenever they were in the same room as him, which was every moment except those when they were in class with Bakugu. Now that the boys were 14 and only a 3-year behind their usual 17, they were once more required to join classes and actually take notes. They were still doing basic training exercises with their quirks and weren't expected to take any tests, but they were expected to pay attention. But when they were in the apartment, neither of them moved far away from the scarred BSTRD. And it was seeing Bakugu off. Take a pill, the villain sighed late in the week when Bakugu growled at him when he got too close. You'll go back to being the hero by tomorrow. Besides, the villain smirked, he's a bit young for me, you know? Shut the F up. Bakugu yelled. Dabi's mocking laughter echoed throughout the room as explosions sounded. Katsuki? Everything okay? Everything is fine, Auntie. Bakugu thought he managed to sound at least slightly convincing, but Auntie Inko rushed to his side with a familiar worried expression. Her hands fluttered around in front of her as her eyes flickered toward the small explosions going off in Bakugu's palms to Dabi, then back again. "Oh, you boys," she sighed. "Tuya, please set the table. Katsuki, go get the boys. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Kigo should be here soon." Bakugu's snarl morphed into a smirk as the villain flinched. Despite Dabi's frequent protests about people using his given name, he had never argued against Auntie's use of it. Auntie had flat out refused to refer to Hawks by his hero name and had stared at the former number 2 hero until he had dropped his own gaze and muttered his real name. It wasn't until Auntie pointed it out that Bakugu realized he had no idea what Hawk's name truly was. From the way Dabi had stared unblinking at the hero, Bakugu didn't think that he had known it either. The grimace Dabi always wore when Auntie said his name was almost as funny as the look of Pure or Hawks would focus on Inko whenever the name Kigo passed her lips. "We're eating," Bakugu snapped as he pushed the door of the boys' bedroom open. Icy Hot merely blinked up at him from where he was lying on his bed, a book in his hand. Deku didn't bother to look up as he muttered to himself and scribbled away in his notebook. "Oi! Deku!" The green-haired boy seemed to hunch in on himself at Bakugu's loud tone, and the pit that had formed in Bakugu's stomach the past week seemed to grow bigger. "We'll be right out," Icy Hot said calmly, closing his book and placing it on the bed as he stood. Bakugu watched as the dual-haired boy placed a hand on Deku's back and the smaller boy relaxed at the touch. "Effing hell. Izuku! Shouto!" Bakugu snarled as someone nudged past him and caused him to slam his hip into the door frame. "You two ready for tonight? I talked to Inko and we thought it would be fun to have a slumber party tonight. We can stay up and eat a lot of junk food, maybe watch a movie and play games, then we can be here tomorrow when you two wake up. Sound fun?" Bird brain, Dabi sighed from behind the small hero. Hawks merely shot a smile over his shoulder at the villain and Bakugu shook his head. Not only was the so-called hero allowing the villain to stand at his back, he was very friendly with him. Bakugu wasn't even going to think about the fond note Dabi's voice had taken when he said the words. "No effing way dash. A slumber party?" Icy Hot questioned curiously. Bakugu's protests faded when he saw the way the boy's eyes lit up. Hawk's grin grew. "Yep. We'll have all sorts of fun." "Yeah, not likely." But even Deku looked interested as he slowly turned and peered up at the hero. Bakugu was abruptly reminded that Deku hadn't exactly had a lot of chances to hang out with friends before not since they were young. When was the last time the two of them had stayed over at his house? When was the last time he had stayed at the Midoriya's? Had they been 6? 7? Boys! Dinner! Hawk's smile grew even bigger and both Dabi and Bakugu jumped out of the way as the idiot used his wings to propel himself out of the bedroom and toward the small kitchen. "Effing idiot," Bakugu growled, but it lacked the usual heat. Hawks had become a bit obsessed with Auntie's food, but Bakugu had to admit that her food was something that he had missed. The four joined Auntie, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Hawks at the table, which was now more crowded than it had ever been, and all began to fill their plates as they made small talk. "I'm sure we can find room for everyone to stay here." Auntie began to fret when she saw how excited her son was when Hawks mentioned the slumber party. "Though it might be a bit tight, Katsuki, dear, would you mind going back to your room tonight? And I can ask if we can use one of the open rooms for Fuyumi dash." Yeah, there was no way he was going to leave that night, especially when it was a memory night. "Auntie dash. Oh, we can all fit." Hawks chimed in, his eyes gleaming. "We've slept in worse," he motioned toward Dabi. Fuyumi flinched. "Actually, I'm going to head back home tonight," Fuyumi said hesitantly. "I have to wake up early tomorrow morning for work." "I'm sure the boys want a night together without their annoying sister," she laughed. Bakugu rolled his eyes and Fuyumi and Auntie began to talk about the kids Fuyumi taught and Hawks began to tell Natsuo and the boys all the exciting things they were going to do tonight. It was like the hero had never slept over at someone's house before. "What are we going to do first?" Hawks asked, clapping his hands together after dinner was finished and everyone had helped put everything away. "Should we get cookies? Ice cream? I can be back in 10 minutes tops dash." "We just ate, Birdie," Dabi drawled as he smirked. "Maybe we can hold off on the sugar." "Fine," Hawks frowned momentarily. "Oh, How about movies? Or games? You guys have a game system, right? What types of games do you have? Bakugu's eyebrows rose as Hawks ushered a dazed Icy Hot and Deku into the bedroom, Natsuo following behind them as he laughed loudly. Idiot, Bakugu muttered as he began to follow after them. He didn't get there. Instead, a warm hand wrapped around his arm and pushed, sending him against the wall. He ground his teeth at the pain of the impact. What the F do you think you dash? Look, Darby snarled, his hand tightening around Bakugu's arm as he leaned close so others in the apartment couldn't hear them. We both know that both of those boys are going to wake up tomorrow confused and hurt. Hawks came up with this stupid plan so they would at least have some fun before they have to deal with the memories of their first year at UA. I don't give a F if you think it's stupid, you're going to shut up and just let them have a good time. Bakugu shifted, lifting his arm and twisting so he threw the villain off of him. I'm not gonna F it up. And the reason our first year scared was because of you. And your little friends. You've been throwing my mistakes in my face all week, you ready to deal with what'll happen tomorrow? Bakugu grinned savagely as Darby's eyes narrowed. Hey! What's going on out here? Both Bakugu and Darby shifted, looking at Hawks as he stepped out of the room. The hero's eyes narrowed as he took in their positions and obvious hostility that surrounded them. All right, whatever is going on needs to end right now. We are going in that room, playing games, eating junk, and having a good time. Got it? Neither Bakugu nor Darby agreed to the words, but the fact that neither of them protested seemed to be good enough for the hero. Great! We're playing Mario. I guess he isn't too young, Bakugu muttered as he and Darby slowly moved toward the open doorway. Shut the hell up. Darby was well aware that the next day was going to be a shit show and that was the only reason why he let this DMN slumber party happen. Birdie wouldn't shut up about the thing once he got the DMN idea in his head and Natsuo had jumped into it as soon as it was mentioned. It sessed him off how well Hawks was getting along with his little brother. Both of them, actually. So, he watched as Hawks, Natsuo, Shoto, and Izuku all played various video games on a system that was so old, Darby remembered wanting one when he was living at the Todoroki house. Birdie hadn't been kidding about the junk food, either. The idiot had flown out from the balcony and returned after 10 minutes with 3 pizzas. They had eaten dinner. Why the hell did they need pizza, ice cream, and bags of other junk? Darby's fingers itched to grab the crap and throw it back out the window, but he knew Hawks would most likely grab it before it hit the ground. Besides, Bakugu had thrown a big enough tantrum about it for the both of them. Not that it had helped. Hawks had merely stared at the blonde boy before turning his back on him and ignoring him completely. Darby had failed to muffle his laugh, which resulted in an even bigger tantrum, but eventually Explodo Boy had shut the F up and just glared at everyone from where he sat on Izuku's bed. Darby was sure he had been able to see the heat coming from him. It had been the most amusing part of the night. But now it was over. Both of the boys were asleep in bed and most likely being bombarded with memories and emotions that not one person wanted them to have to deal with. Bakugu was sleeping on the floor between the two, having refused to return to his dorm or sleep on the futon in the common area he had been using, and Natsuo was snoring loudly in Bakugu's usual corner. Hawks had settled down on a borrowed futon that was placed close to Darby's own, not that Darby was actually in it. No, Darby had retreated to the balcony the second Natsuo's snoring had started. That was one thing he hadn't missed about his little brother, he had been able to hear him through the wall when they were kids. What are you doing out here? Darby shouldn't have been surprised that Hawks was awake. The bird was a light sleeper and had probably jerked awake the second Darby moved from his position. He didn't bother to look at the hero as he dropped down beside Darby. So, 2 more weeks and the boys will be back to their real ages. I know. That's 2 weeks before your punishment begins. Effing. Yeah, got that. Rehabilitation. Probation under a pro hero. You got a point, Birdie. Darby drawled, itching for a cigarette. He hadn't been able to smoke since he got placed in this DMN room. His siblings refused to bring him cigarettes and Aizawa had just raised his DMN eyebrows and stared at him like he was an idiot for even asking. Hawks probably would have brought them if he had asked. He hadn't asked. Point is, Hawks sighed, pulling his knees up to his chest and placing his pointy chin on top. I think there's more to this entire thing than we know. It just doesn't make sense for the Hero Commission to agree to something like this. They care too much about public image. Darby shrugged, but a frown pulled at his lips. He had been thinking the same since the day the deal was offered to him. Maybe admitting that the villain Darby is actually Endeavor's missing son would be worse to them than the deal. Hawks rolled his eyes but didn't deny the claim. The two sat in silence, staring out over the balcony. You could just barely make out the outline of the school in the darkness. It was almost nice. It was quiet and the stars were clear. No noise from traffic, the smell of gas and trash. It was like another world. He had 2 weeks to enjoy it, 2 weeks until he was locked in some rehabilitation facility that he didn't actually believe he would ever get out of. You could leave. Darby's head snapped around, but Hawks didn't look at him. You could. Do you really think they're going to honor what they said? I know them. I grew up with them. You know what they had me do, and what they did to avoid the consequences. Darby studied Hawks' profile, taking in the serious expression that so seldom made an appearance. Me leaving didn't work out so great for you last time, Birdie. The corner of Hawks' mouth twitched up. Since when do you care about what happens to others? He couldn't answer the question because he just didn't know the answer. He hadn't thought about the consequences of his actions for people beyond himself in a long time. He hadn't wanted to. But Hawks was the only reason he wasn't in prison or dead. He had known about the raid on their hideout, had told Darby that the heroes were coming. Darby had been the one to tell the rest of the League. He was the reason Shigaraki and the rest hadn't been captured that day. He was the only one Hawks had warned. Hawks had taken the blame for the failure. He hadn't mentioned Darby once. And Darby, for reason unknown to him, had told Shigaraki that Hawks had sent the warning to the League, but his cover had been blown when doing so. He hadn't known that the hero had only wanted Darby out. It was probably the only reason the hero was still alive. Darby had considered his debt repaid. He was reconsidering that. Your family would understand, Hawks continued, still not moving his eyes away from whatever the hell it was he was staring at. At this point, they would probably help you. Well, Natsuo would. Shoto too. Fuyumi might be a little harder to convince. Fuyumi would never forgive him. Hell, Darby had no idea how she had managed to forgive him for all the shit he did the last couple of years. If he disappeared now, there would be no turning back. Let's see what happens in the morning, Darby finally muttered, tearing his gaze away from the hero and looking up at the stars. We'll see how things go when Shoto wakes up. If it's too bad, we'll figure out somewhere to go. He watched the grin break out on Hawk's face from the corner of his eye and quickly turned his head before the idiot could catch the way his own lips quirked up in response. Bakugo spent most of the night staring up at the ceiling as he waited for the boys to wake up. He knew the morning was going to be hard for both of them, knew that they were both going to be confused. He wanted to be there when they woke up. Even if neither of them wanted him to be. He was AD in their first year, at least the beginning of it. Toward the end, he would even say that he had started to become friends with his classmates. A couple he was friends with. He had even started to repair his friendship with Deku at that point, so he hoped, selfishly, that the distance between them would end up fading the next day. But the rest of it, USJ, Deku's run-in with Shigaraki at the mall, everything that happened after. It was going to be hard. The scarred BSTRD being here wouldn't help. Oh, he had listened as the BSTRD and the avian hero discussed what was going to happen once Deku and Icy Hot returned to normal. About how Darby could leave and, he guessed, take Hawks with him. He also knew that it wouldn't happen. He might like the BSTRD, but he wasn't an idiot. He saw how the a-hole cared for his siblings. He wasn't going to leave them again. Bakugo wouldn't give a f if he did. They were probably better off without him anyway. Hawks and the BSTRD ended up curled up together in the far corner of the room, Hawks leaning against the BSTRD as the ex-villain slept against the wall. Bakugo eyed them warily as sunlight slowly began to flood into the room. That was one fed-up relationship he would probably never understand. He shook his head and pulled himself to his feet. He could have started breakfast, but he had a feeling that today was going to be complicated or some shit and he wasn't going to waste food. Katsuki! Bakugo turned his head at Auntie's whisper and he saw the small woman peering at him from her bedroom doorway. She gave him a worried smile as she motioned for him to join her. Bakugo glanced over to the scarred BSC once more and, once he determined he was really asleep, followed Inko into her bedroom. "Auntie!" "Oh, Katsuki," the woman sighed, clasping his hand and peering up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Today is going to be bad, isn't it?" At Bakugo's slow nod, she let out a muffled sob and reached forward to pull him against her in a tight hug. "I contacted Mr. Aizawa and he said he would be here with Recovery Girl in an hour or so." Her arms dropped from around him and her hands began to wring together anxiously. I don't know about Shoto, but Izuku had so many injuries that year." Recovery Girl. Sheet. Bakugo should have thought about that. He had a few, Bakugo rasped as he began to rapidly flip through memories of his first year at UA. Of course, he always had a few. He broke off as Auntie let out a sob. It was true, with each set of memories there was a new list of injuries for the youngest Todoroki. None of them had required Recovery Girl, not like last week when Izuku had woken to multiple broken bones. That had been terrifying for everyone. Apparently, Deku hadn't told anyone just how damaging the entrance exam had been. He had received a lecture from more than one person for that little stunt. The wounds had healed themselves, but that was only because he had been healed by Recovery Girl in his memories. The same would happen now, but Recovery Girl had mentioned that so much damage being healed so quickly could have more serious consequences. "They should be waking soon," Auntie said, still wringing her hands together as she looked at the clock and began to bite her lip. Do you think we should ask Tuya to wait in here? I mean, I know he cares for his brother, but with everything you've told me I don't want the boys to be afraid when they wake up and see him." The scarred Bastish Bakugo cleared his throat at Auntie's sharp expression. "Darby knows they're going to be uncomfortable. He's probably planning on staying out of the bedroom. With Hawks. Oh, I suppose Kaken." Auntie and Bakugo both froze for a moment, startled at the loud, panicked shout. Bakugo was the first to move, turning on his heel and ripping open Auntie's door so he could run into Deku's room. Darby was there, his hands clenched into tight fists as he kept himself from going into the bedroom. Bakugo barely spared him a glance as he took in the situation. Hawks was just inside the doorway, his entire body tense as if he was waiting for a fight. Natsuo had a shaking Shoto in his arms, the younger Todoroki gripping his brother's sleeves. "Kaken!" Bakugo grunted as a familiar body slammed into him, forcing Bakugo to take a step back to keep himself standing. "Kaken!" Deku said yet again, and Bakugo grimaced when he felt the front of his sleep shirt grow wet with tears. At least, it better be tears. If Deku got snot all over his effing shirt. "I'm sorry. I've been, and you," Deku sobbed, his arms tightening even further around Bakugo. Bakugo breathed harshly, gripping Deku's arms and trying to pull them away. "Effing, Deku. Let go." "But Kaken Izuku, I think Katsuki is having trouble breathing," Hawk said, his tone amused and tense at the same time. "Breathing, oh." Bakugo scared in a deep breath as Deku's arms fell away. "Sorry. I guess is this how it works? Why do I feel so tired? Recovery Girl did say that there could be some issues if that would make sense, she healed me a lot this year. Which is why you should be in bed," Recovery Girl cut in. Deku instantly ducked his head as the woman slowly made her way into the room. "Bed," she said pointedly. Deku nodded his head and took one step toward his abandoned bed before pausing. "Izuku Deku bit his lip hard, the world around and grabbed onto Bakugo's arm. "What the hell?" Bakugo gasped as he stumbled forward. "Get the F off of me," he yelled as Deku's hand tightened. Before he knew it, Bakugo ended up on the foot of Deku's bed with his childhood friend curled up beside him, his hands somehow sliding down so their fingers were entwined. Bakugo's heart began to pound in his chest and he knew his cheeks were red, he could practically feel the heat. His palms were sweating more than usual. "Do get the F off of me." "Or," Hawks commented with a mocking grin in their direction. "Isn't that adorable? F off bird Enough." Recovery Girl sighed. Her eyes flickered toward Bakugo's hand and she shook her head. "Midoriya, let go of Bakugo before I have to heal him too." Deku's hand fell away instantly as he let out a horrified gasp, and Bakugo was quick to push himself off of the bed. Shoto! F dash! How the hell had he forgotten about Icy Hot? Bakugo turned his attention toward the other boy and was startled to see that Icy Hot had pulled himself away from his brother and stumbled in Bakugo's direction. Sheet, don't you effing dash! He was too late. Bakugo's entire body grew rigid as Icy Hot pulled him into a hug. I'm sorry dash. What the F are you sorry for? Bakugo growled. Get the F off of me before I dash. I wasn't fast enough. And Darby, Tuia, is right outside, Hawk said, all humor gone from his voice as he appeared at Shoto's side and placed his hands on Icy Hot's shoulders. Do you want to talk to him? Shoto's jaw tightened as he looked toward the bedroom door, the door that was firmly closed. Bakugo took a step back and looked toward the other side of the room. Deku was lying on the bed, his red eyes fixated firmly on Icy Hot as his mother fretted over him and Recovery Girl did whatever it was she was doing. Fine, Shoto finally said, his voice going back to the cold monotone that Bakugo hadn't heard in weeks. Hawk smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes as he moved forward to pull the door open. Natsuo was by Icy Hot's side in an instant, whispering something in his ear. Shoto slowly nodded his head, gaining himself a relieved smile from his brother. I don't hate you. Bakugo blinked. The scarred BSTRD wasn't even in the room. As Icy Hot said the words. Was he effing practicing? Icy Hot had to effing practice to talk to the BSD he had been spending all of his time with for weeks. And, not for the first time, Bakugo wondered just how hard this had to be for them. To have these memories coming into their minds at the same time that they were making new memories, memories that were incorporating themselves into the old ones. It had to be confusing and irritating. When he realized that Icy Hot hadn't moved, Bakugo glanced up to see the mismatched eyes were fixated on him. What? I don't hate you, he said yet again, and Bakugo's mouth dropped open. That had been meant for him? What the F? It's hard to hate someone that practically raised you. What? It's hard to hate someone that practically raised you. It's hard to hate someone that practically raised you. Someone who raised you. The words played over and over in Bakugo's mind for the next week. What the F did Icy Hot think he was doing, saying shit like that? Did he see Bakugo as a friend? A brother? No effing way was Bakugo going to think about that. No matter how much Icy Hot's father scared, Bakugo was not going to take that effing spot. There were a lot of changes that week. Icy Hot and Deku were 16 and Auntie had decided that she was going to move back to her apartment, and both Icy Hot and Deku were back in their own rooms. Hawks had agreed to stay on campus and was now sharing the apartment Bakugo had been staying in with Auntie and the boys with the scarred BSD. They were back on a more regular schedule, class, training, and they had even gone to their internships, though they were kept in the building and weren't allowed to patrol. They joined the rest of the class for meals, along with Hawks and Darby, and that was an issue in itself. No one was really sure how to act with the villain there, even though he had been staying with them for weeks at that point. Bakugo didn't know why the extras were acting like such moron, but he supposed seeing the villain outside of the apartment made them anxious. A class full of heroes feeling awkward because of a villain eating at their table? Who knew that would happen? Where the F are you going? Bakugo was stretching in preparation for his morning run when Hawks and Darby walked out the door, a bag thrown over Darby's shoulder. The two adults turned toward him, Darby's hand raised just slightly and Hawks' feathers poised to strike. When they realized who was standing in front of both of them relaxed slightly. The Hero Commission has decided to grace us with their presence, Hawks snarked, crossing his arms over his chest. They have requested that I bring Darby to the school. Bakugo couldn't stop the scowl from forming on his face. Icy Hot isn't awake yet. Darby stared at him coolly, but Bakugo, who had spent way too much time with the villain over the last few weeks, could easily see the displeasure in the twitch of his lips and the flash of annoyance in his eyes. Yeah, well, they don't want to wait. But the familiar mocking expression was quick to form. He has his new older brother here to help him. I'm sure you can handle it. Hey! Hawks laughed loudly as Darby turned and slowly shuffled toward the school building. He left Shoto a note, Hawks said once he stopped laughing. He glanced over his shoulder toward Darby's retreating figure and the smile slowly fell. You heard us that night. Me telling him. I didn't hear nothing, Bakugo grunted, despite the fact that he knew exactly what the former number 2 hero was referring to. If this goes badly, Hawks continued, ignoring Bakugo's protest. I'm getting him out of there. I have things in place. Bakugo stood fully and crossed his arms over his chest as he glared at the man. Are you telling me that you're planning on running? I'm saying that Shoto is aware of the possibility, but that won't make it any easier, Hawks responded lightly as he glanced over his shoulder once more. I'm sure you'll hear one way or the other by the end of the day. Just watch over him, alright? I'm not his dash. Yeah, alright, Hawks cut him off, rising into the air and waving a nonchalant hand in his direction. Be a good brother, Katsuki. Be a city. There was no response as Hawks flew off, easily catching up to Darby right as the villain got ready to step into the school building. Bakugo let out a low growl and took off running, foregoing his usual trail and instead deciding to run around the school itself. He kept an eye on the doors, telling himself it was just in case Darby decided to light the DMN school on fire, but he didn't see any sign that anything was wrong. After running further than he usually did during his morning workout, he let out an annoyed huff and headed back toward the dorms. He slammed the door open to loud yelling and a pile of people pulling Deku and Icy Hot into tight hugs. I'm so glad you're back. Round Face yelled as she cried against Deku's shoulders. Bakugo's hands tightened into fists at his sides. Are you both okay? Dude, what happened? You were so cute. Midoriya, your mom is awesome. Hey, where is Aizawa? Didn't he say he was going to be here? Yeah, where is Darby? And Hawks? They had a meeting, Icy Hot responded calmly as he wriggled out of Kaminari's arms. A meeting? But dash. So, do you guys remember everything? Like, everything? Deku and Icy Hot shared a look and slowly nodded. It's weird, Deku said, running a hand through his hair and shrugging his shoulders. It's like having two sets of memories? Kind of? I mean, I remember everything that happened, but I remember living with Mom in our apartment, but I also remember living here with her and Kaken, and I remember all of you, like you've been there throughout my childhood, but I know you haven't because I also remember meeting all of you when we started here. I like it, Icy Hot stated bluntly, avoiding everyone's eyes as they turned to him. It made me feel lighter. Deku came to Icy Hot's rescue, turning the attention back onto himself. Kind of like any issues I had were cleared away? His green eyes met Bakugo's briefly before jerking away. His flash flushed bright red as his hands began to twist around themselves and he stared to Ramble nervously. I mean, I don't know. Like it's just gone. Like it was worked through, maybe that's the true point of the quirk? It could be used for some sort of therapy. Bakugo's hands flexed. Worked through things, here? Two sets of memories? So Deku remembered him as a kid, but he also remembered him being there as an adult. Well, wasn't that just effing perfect? Everyone was still talking loudly as he left, slipping into the showers. Great, the two idiots were back to normal. Darby was gone, Hawks was gone, Auntie had gone back to her life, so he could as well. No more babysitting, no more sleeping on the floor, no more dealing with any of it. Why the F did he feel angry about that sheet? He should be happy. He should be ready to stay in his dorm and only get bothered by Kirishima, Dunce Face, Pinky, and Soy Sauce. He could start listening to his DMN music again and not have Auntie ask him to turn it down or get incessant questions by two rugrats. He could go back to going to sleep at his regular time and not stay up all night. He could do his full workout each morning. He could finally go back to his internship full-time. So why was he so sessed off? Kaken? Bakugo cursed, pulling on his new tank and turning toward the door. What do you want? He asked Deku, throwing his dirty towel into a cleaning bin. I just wanted to. Deku scared in a deep breath and squared his shoulders before meeting Bakugo's eyes. I wanted to thank you. You didn't have to help me, I mean, us. You didn't have to help us. And you were so, I know you had to be annoyed and you didn't really, like me, and I kind of latched onto you, but you Shut the F up, Bakugo snarled, stomping forward and stopping inches from the wide-eyed Deku. What the F are you even saying, you effing nerd? Kaken. Deku blushed, dropping his eyes. I just wanted to thank you. I know Todoroki does as well because you really helped us and you were so nice. Well, not nice, but nice for you and we were able to dash. Did you really think I wouldn't help? Deku flushed. I mean, I know Mom kind of forced you into it, but dash. You effing nerd. You really are an idiot, aren't you? You really think I would have helped if I didn't want to? Wanted to help? Oh. Izuku's eyes lit up and Bakugo just knew he wasn't going to like whatever the hell was about to come out of the nerd's mouth. Because of the quirk? It's interesting, right? There are so many ways that it could be used, and you're strong so you could help Mom keep us safe. And Aizawa wanted you to help because I wouldn't let go of you. It had been a long time since Bakugo had seen the nerd get that red. Too bad he couldn't enjoy it because of the pure sheet that was pouring out of his mouth. Deku. Shut up. Small explosions were going off in Bakugo's palms and it was all he could do to keep his quirk under control. Your effing mother wasn't the reason I helped. Neither was Aizawa or Nezu or that DMN villain. But Kaken, why would you dash? Because I care about you, you effing moron. The silence rang throughout the room as Izuku stared up at Bakugo with wide eyes. Bakugo didn't flinch away, meeting Deku's eyes and willing him to see the truth. To see that Bakugo hadn't helped out of some misguided type of whatever the F he thought it was. Deku's mouth dropped open and then, suddenly, he tore his gaze away and quickly backed away toward the door. Oh okay, Kaken. Thanks for all your help. I should, find Todoroki. Yeah, and everyone said they were going to make some food to celebrate so you should, come back out. Yeah. All Bakugo could do was watch with his heart pounding frantically in his chest as Deku escaped from the room and the awkward conversation. Yet another explosion rang out through the dorms and Bakugo growled in irritation as he glared at yet another ruined bedspread. This was effing ridiculous. He knew that whoever had fed the villain's information had to be part of his class, but none of the information was coming together correctly. He had thought it would be easy, but effing hell, it was harder than expected. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that there were people that seemed to just fit with the information he had, but he didn't expect his mind to just revolt at the thought. These effing extras had somehow got under his skin and it sessed him off. His objectivity was completely effed and he couldn't imagine anyone in his class doing anything to actually hurt Deku. If they had turned him over, again, he could understand it, but to do it to Deku, he just didn't effing understand it. The last 2 weeks had been a massive confusion for Bakugo. Deku was avoiding him, Icy Hot was always wanting to be around him, Kirishima and Pikachu thought the entire situation was hilarious and whispered and giggled together whenever Icy Hot ended up sitting beside Bakugo again, and, to top it off, Darby and Hawks had disappeared. Aizawa had refused to say anything on the matter except that the two of them were together, so Bakugo had absolutely no idea what the situation was. There wasn't any more information beyond that. The worst part of all of it was that Bakugo actually missed it. He missed waking up and eating Auntie's breakfast. He missed Icy Hot, the child, not the annoying teenager he currently was, and he missed Izuku following him around. Mostly the last one. Izuku had been following him around since they were born. Sure, there had been a time when things had been volatile, mostly on his side, well, completely on his side, but Izuku had still been there. But now he was just another body in the classroom. He didn't speak to Bakugo at all, he didn't join Bakugo's group for video games or movies, he sat at another table for meals. It was like he was a ghost, haunting Bakugo by being there but not really being there. But now, with his eyes staring at his notes, Bakugo thought he might have a way to break through whatever exile Deku had placed himself in after the accidental words that had been said. He shook off the memory and stood, gathering his notes together and putting them in one of his schoolbooks. It would be a effing hassle if he ran into someone in the hall and they asked what the papers were that he was carrying. Of course, hiding the notes was effing pointless because he didn't see anyone on his way to Deku's room. When he arrived, he banged his fist against the door loudly. Open the door, Deku. He barely got the last word out of his mouth when the door flew open and Deku stared at him with wide, green eyes. Kaken? Move, Bakugu grunted, pushing past Deku and throwing his trig book onto the nerd's bed. Effing All Might stared at him from every corner and he was abruptly brought back to the days of sleepovers when they were kids. Kaken? Did you need something? You remember everything that happened, right? He asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Deku's face flushed and he shifted. Yeah. I thought we already talked about this. So you remember the warehouse? When Shigaraki was there? Deku's face grew more serious and his eyes hardened. Yes, I remember. Great, Kaken said, opening the book and taking out his notes. He moved them in Deku's direction, leaving him scrambling to catch the papers as they began to fall to the floor. Deku, using his finely tuned reflexes to catch them. Kaken watched as Deku's eyes began to flitter across the page. His brows furrowed as he finished, quickly flipping to the next, then the next. When he finally finished, he looked up with hard eyes. Yeah, Kaken said gruffly. I talked to Aizawa and got a lot of the basics from him. I added in everything I could think of but I don't see a pattern. Deku blinked, glancing down at the papers once again. Are you asking me to help with this? Bakugu's eyes actually ached with how hard he rolled them. That's the reason I brought them here, dumbass. You know these idiots better than I do and you notice things. Maybe there's something you saw that I missed. Deku looked surprised at the confession but his brows furrowed once more as he turned his attention back to the papers in his hands. Without a word, he dropped down to the ground, laying the papers around him in a circle. Bakugu huffed but sat down on the other side of the first row, facing the green-haired teen. There are some I have ruled out. You and Icy Hot, obviously, he said, his voice coming out softer than usual but still filled with annoyance. Pinky, soy sauce, Piggy, Kirishima dash. Why? What? Deku didn't look up as he leaned backwards and reached up to snag a pencil off of his desk. Why are they ruled out? Bakugu frowned. You think any of them are smart enough to pull something like this off? No, it has to be dash. That could be what makes them able to get away with it, Deku pointed out. None of us would look at them twice. He swallowed hard. I don't want to think that it could be anyone in our class but if you and Aizawa think it is then we need to start at the beginning and look at everyone. Well, except Todoroki. Bakugu scowled but he would admit that he knew what Deku was saying was correct. And he effing hated it. Fine. The two worked in silence, Deku scrawling things on one of the clean journals he pulled out of his desk drawer and Bakugu reading the words and fitting them into the notes he already had. He shouldn't have been surprised just how much information on their classmates Deku had acquired over the past 2 years. At one point, Deku stood and grabbed one of his hero notebooks, the one that he had been writing in when they were in their first year at UA. In it was even more detailed notes on their classmates, mostly things related to their quirks but other odd things Deku had noticed as well. Mark off Ida, Deku said, shaking his head as he looked at all their notes and the timeline they had formed over the past hour. And Ashido. Bakugu pursed his lips but did as Deku requested. He looked at the notes he had been studying and marked off Tsuyu as well. So, about what you said before, Deku started suddenly, his face flushing as he continued to work. About the reason you helped us, he muttered the last word. I just wanted to say that I care about you too. Bakugu froze and his breath stuck in his throat. Did Deku just say what he thought he said? How? He finally asked, after Deku finally looked up to see why Bakugu hadn't responded. Deku frowned and began to mutter to himself and Bakugu rolled his eyes to clarify before the nerd could make his brain short-circuit. How do you care about me? Like a childhood friend? His mind flashed to Todoroki. Like a brother? He winced. No, Deku muttered, his face bright red. Is that what you meant? When you said you... No, Bakugu felt calmer than he had felt in a very long time. It was strange. There were moments in your life that you just knew that were going to be important. Moments that you knew you were going to remember for the rest of your life. And he knew that this was one of those moments. You would think that he would be anxious, which would just PSS him off even more than usual. But but instead he felt like everything was going to be fine. Deku liked his lips, his cheeks still pink, and his eyes flickered around the room, never really landing on anything. So, then, I don't know what to say. That has to be a first, Bakugo breathed with a smirk. Deku's eyes flew to him in indignation, but Bakugo didn't give him the chance to respond. He placed his right hand on the ground, crinkling the papers they had been working on all night, and leaned over to press his lips against Deku's. The other boy squealed but got over his moment of surprise by returning the kiss, reaching up to wrap his arms around Bakugo's neck. Bakugo used his left hand to cradle Deku's cheek, smirking at the little gasp Deku let out in response. Kaken? Deku gasped when Bakugo pulled away. I think, Bakugo rasped, tugging on a strand of the soft green hair, that we've done enough for tonight. Why yeah. Bakugo woke up hours later, reaching for the body that had been pressed against him. When his hand met air, he grunted and pushed himself up. Deku! Here, Deku said. Something in his voice made Bakugo's eyes shoot open. It was a mix of shock and disappointment and maybe sadness that had Bakugo's heart racing. Was he feeling upset about what had happened? They hadn't done anything more than kissing, but maybe Bakugo had pushed him into it? Maybe he just realized that he didn't actually want to be with Bakugo. Maybe he realized that he would have to deal with him all the time and that he could do better. Bakugo already knew that, but he didn't think Deku had actually realized it. Kaken? I think I figured out who the traitor is. All other thoughts flew out of Bakugo's head as he jumped to his feet and ran to Deku's side. Deku's hands were shaking as he stared down at the paper he was clutching. Bakugo tried to read what had his, whatever he was to him, so upset, but he couldn't make it out due to the constant movement. Bakugo growled and reached out, grabbing Deku's wrist to hold the paper steady. Kaken! The worry and hesitation in Deku's voice made Bakugo's chest tighten, and he finally focused on the list in Izuku's hand. All of the names were crossed out, all except one. And Bakugo saw red. Kaken dash. The responding explosion echoed throughout the dorms and had every person running toward Deku's room in fear of what Bakugo had done to their favorite fanboy.